Hello everybody, my name is Ito and I'm really happy to bring you the intermediate grand finals between Peruvian Wide Swing and I'm probably going to butcher this name, but Sukalamink. Two very interesting names finally meeting in the grand finals here. It's going to be a rematch as well. I believe this was for the winners finals that they faced off last time, but now they get to meet in grand. Sukalamink hot off of beating TGS. And Peruvian Wide Swing, last time they met this team, they ended up winning in a really close 2-1 series here, so I have a feeling it's going to deliver in the exact same way. You see Peruvian Wide Swing is going to be opting for quite a bit of utility in this pistol round here. Sukalamink opts for a little bit less, but still enough to go ahead and zone out. A lot of that banana presence, excuse me. They're not taking much space when it comes there. It seems that they really want to go through alt mid. Through apartments here. UAB will go ahead, lead things up here, but the entries will be coming out through apartments right now, where Maz will find one, trade it out quickly. It will be Lasso and Ape here, and Ape, excuse me, actually shows up with two. He gets the bomb down as a result, and because of this perfectly primed Sukalamink to get this round on the board here. UAEB, excuse me, makes things a lot better for his team, as it's going to be MDS alone. 1-on-3 here. It's not the end of the world, nor is it impossible, but it's going to be made that way as Lasso hits a nice, great shot onto one of the players to watch on Peruvian Wide Swing. That is how you start things off in style here. Pushing out through apartments like that, it always seems a little bit scary here, especially since they dropped a player and Maz was able to find a kill before he eventually went down. But all the frags just went their way otherwise. As Sukalamink, they get the bomb down, and because of that, they're going to have a very healthy buy heading into the second, but they're going to be very safe about how they do it. They know that Peruvian Wide Swing, since they made it relatively competitive, they're most likely going to try to force into this one. They're not bringing their full artillery. They're not breaking the bank to force up into this one here. We just have Mag 7s and a couple of Deagles, with Comic hiding right behind the half wall. He needs to bide his time though, because Sukalamink will most likely walk into him. Comic, first face, finds him, no problem whatsoever. He tries to take a second fight, but he has to be in danger, because now there's no one there to back him up. Yoko doesn't try to commit to it either, and it's just going to be another day in the park, another walk in the park, I should say, as Ape finds a nice double, leaving it up to Yoko, the man who's passive towards Comic will eventually be the last one left alive here. In Sukalamink, they're going to be perfectly fine taking the opposing site. 3 versus 1. They're most likely just out of it by now. They're not going to go ahead and bother to chase him down either. They know that really the most that he could have is a Mag 7. That's all they've seen committed at this point. No other guns really on the board for Peruvian Wide Swing. They found a couple of kills courtesy of Comic and Siphon, but not much to write home about. That wasn't the kind of economic damage that you should be looking for if you're going to be forcing up into the second round. So because of that, Peruvian Wide Swing are in a little bit of a tricky scenario. They're just going to go ahead and try to save this. No problems there, and it's relatively kind of expected, I should say. That'll be another round on the board for them. Keep in mind, I believe this was the pick of Sukalamink. Keep on messing up that name. And Inferno, interestingly, is a map that we haven't seen the two of them play, but they seem to be confident so far, starting off with a bang. And speaking of bangs, we're going to be seeing the same thing from Peruvian Wide Swing. A classic nade stack, down banana most likely. Siphon leading the charge, tosses his out first here. Sukamalink, they're playing so passive towards banana that ends up yielding nothing. And that's honestly just so much information gifted to Sukamalink. They're just going to go ahead and bum rush up the A site, because they know that pretty much all the CTs are going to be there here. They heard all those grenades go down, so there's no reason for them to even bother towards B, unless you want to play with losing your life. And because of that, Peruvian Wide Swing essentially out of the round just like that. They're all stacked up over towards B, but it was so telegraphed that Sukamalink are perfectly fine taking the opposing site. No worries for them whatsoever. They get the bomb down. Peruvian Wide Swing, with that saved Mag 7 still on hand, might try to cause a little bit of damage on the exits here. Resev loses his very quickly. So that's a good start. This retake is already out of the question, though, considering they don't have a kit, and they're just being mowed down one by one. Last who finds two. But that is about where their reign of terror will stop, even if it's just for now. As Ape, He's a bit hungry for more, though. Chase down with this Mac 10, line his pockets a little bit more, and he'll do just damn fine at it. It's actually a really good amount of economical damage in the end for sukalamink in favor of Peruvian Wide Swing. As they get another one on the board, I mean, all things considered, it wasn't the nades that did them that favor whatsoever. Those nades really did nothing but just siphon them to the other site, no pun intended. But they ended up feeding into them a little bit, sukalamink. Now the CTs will be awarded with a little more here. Yoko, up over towards B, but Texas at mid will take care of MDS, one of the star players on this team. He's had fantastic performance after fantastic performance, but he's going to be put to a stop for this time around here. We're going to see the CT wrap come through here. Comic and Yoko will be the ones that have to deal with this together, and I believe Comic is in the perfect place to deal with it. He gets one, not the second, though. He won't be able to double up for his trouble as Ape goes wild, and he picks up a double. In the CT area, bomb is down. These two CTs, remaining CTs, I should say, are sticking together, though. They have to try to trade each other out, but that smoke going out towards CT is most likely going to mark the beginning of a B push here. Free Sev finds an incredible shot, nearly a collateral kill. On to Siphon as well, but Maz is already out of the picture, making this a much tougher retake for the CT side now. Siphon knows it, doesn't even want to bother. He's going to go ahead, save that M4 for a rainy day, as sukalamink are going to stay flawless as they pick up another round. Really, it's the things like that that are just so good for the T side. Their rotations seem to be really on point, in all honesty. Very quickly going around, and really I think the hero of this game so far has been Ape. Sitting at 8-1 right now. He's been getting a lot of these fantastic entries and trade kills. Sure, it's still early on in the game, but if Ape keeps up this kind of form, he's going to be scary. Pause comes through. Peruvian Wide Swing going to go ahead and talk to their coach. Think things through for a moment, because this is going to be another chance for them to buy in if they wanted to. If they do end up investing their money into this, it's going to be kind of a dodgy round. They have a couple of players who aren't exactly the healthiest economically. They have the AWP to work around, so they theoretically could force around this no problem. And seems that they have similar ideas to me here. And you see a couple upgrade pistols coming out. Comic will again try to wield that Mag 7, I should say. Siphon MP9, and Maz straight up with the Deagle. Yoko, minimal investment to this round. He wants to go ahead and maybe take that AWP from his teammate. If MDS were to fall, he'll be making his way over to the B site. So it will be the two alone left to deal with the inevitable brunt of this push from sukalamink. Tough name to say, but it's apparently an even tougher offense to work against. Peruvian Wide Swing, they're struggling early on in Inferno here. Apartments control will be slowly but surely seized from the T's. Well, they have a player prodding over towards the bottom of Banana. UAEB most likely will be trying to entry frag him through apartments here. He has quite a bit of utility, but only a Mac 10 when it comes to artillery. He knows it too. He's just going to be going out, spots one player, takes him down, quick dome. And that will be him having no chance in this round. Comic, though, has a little bit of a change of favor. Finds one. Lines his pockets a little bit with a bit more cash to keep into round number 6. But I say that full knowing that it's most likely the end of the line right here. MDS just wants to save this AWP. Yoko, no chance for you either. He has a smoke and a P250 that he might want to keep. Theoretically, though, he can play a lot more aggressive. Look for an exit frag, because if he can, cause even a little bit of economic damage to sukalamink here, it could pay them some dividends. Not that they're hurting for cash whatsoever. They're still playing perfectly fine. They're still healthy. But it would be good for them. Or it would be good for Peruvian Wide Swing, I should say, rather. He's had a little more damage through. MDS seems to want to be doing exactly that. Takes a shot, but misses it. He's going to be tossing the smoke right behind him, but Ape, there's no escape, as he just chases down MDS and gets the op out of his hands. That's actually gigantic from Peruvian Wide Swing. They're going to be buying that AWP, and in fact, they're going to be doubling up on it. Double op setup for the CT side now, but they need to win this round, because their money, win or lose, unless they win in like a very dominant fashion and steal some guns while doing it, it's going to be in a really rough place. So this is going to be probably the most important round we've seen so far. 5-0. CTs have had a really rough start. They're looking for a change of fate here. Yoko and Comic boosting on top of each other, and Banana hasn't exactly been the kind of fortune they want, but that Molotov nearly does a trick. Free Sev. He nearly burns alive, but he stays alive more than anything. Through the fire and the flames, he carries on. Over towards mid is going to be the next point of contention, as they're playing pretty passive Peruvian wide swing. They have one player going for an early aggro onto the tees. He's most likely just kind of in a one-and-done position. Not to mention that if some utility goes out, that might be the end of him. Free Sev peeking up, 2 HP, still goes down. The AWP not doing him much favor in this game. So rotates come through from the tees here. They all will be pushing out towards apartments. They find one for their trouble, but the trades still favor the CTs. They try to slowly entry onto the A site here. MDS is a perfect shot, I should say. I thought he was going to get another one, but unfortunately doesn't quite get what he wants. He goes down because of it. 2-on-2. It's not the end of the world or the end of the line just yet. Comic nearly doubles up and gets both of the remaining Ts, but unfortunately UAB is able to cross him out, take him out of the picture, but he's still alone with 2 points of health, and he's making so much noise while doing it. Peruvian wide swing are bound to get their next round on the board here, but Yoko needs to hit this shot. Does. It didn't need to be pretty. And it's a little bit of a scare, but eventually it works out in the CT's favor here as they pick up a round finally on Inferno here. Money on the board. PWS. It's kind of what I mentioned before. They need to win that round in a very convincing fashion. It came down to about as close as you could have hoped for, a 1 versus 1 at the end of things. Because of that, their money isn't going to look very pretty here. They're going to have to force up FAMASas, and their utility isn't the best. Luckily, they're healthy on armor, though. The Ts are mostly working with AK-47, so that one-shot potential is pretty much there no matter what. This is going to be another important round. Mass. Peeks through. Finds nothing, backs up. Triple stack over towards A is the name of the game for Peruvian wide swing on round number 7 here. This is a best of 5 series with Peruvian having a map advantage in this series. But still need to pick up 2 in order to win ESEA Intermediate. Maz, here's a grenade go through, so he knows that the Ts have at least seized part of porch control. They're going to go ahead and wrap around to the other side, though, where MDS will be waiting with that AWP. He's been posted up for a long time, and he's perfect on the shot. Finds one and backs off without any trouble whatsoever. The Ts are going to go ahead and try to up the ante, but MDS is still very much in the picture. He doubles up, gets a triple. MDS is absolutely incredible, but it's not good enough to secure the quad, as Free Sev is still in the picture as well. He gets one through the smoke onto Maz, and this... it's still most likely the end of the line for him. He can pull off all the heroics he wants with shots through smokes and all the like, but it's still most likely the end of the line for him, as he is unable to hit more than a leg shot onto Siphon, making it a second for Peruvian wide swing. But that could have been a little more dangerous if he did hit that shot onto Siphon. There's a lot of games of ifs here. Free Sev did as much as he could. He got the only 2 kills that the T's got, or excuse me, got the only 2 kills that T's ended up securing, excuse me. Ape will set up a smoke over towards mid while the rest of the T's will have pistols in play. NBS nabs one at middle, backs up before he's able to get traded out or even have any damage caused to him. Lasso will be trying to close the distance as soon as possible, excuse me. And MDS, he's unable to go as big as he did last round, and because of that, he's put out of the picture. Siphon still in play. 2-on-4, but the T's have a little more toys to work with. It can become a little bit scarier here, but Siphon keeps him sane, keeps him grounded to reality as he picks up a triple for the round. Looks to get one more, though, to complete the quad. He might have a chance to do it. Knows exactly where Ape is, but Ape knows the exact same thing. He knows where his opponent will be. Might want to wait for rotates if nothing else here, as Ape will need to go massive. But not big enough, unfortunately. Maz takes him out. MP5 in hand. Making another round on the board. sukalamink. That round with pistols didn't exactly go quite in their favor how they would have hoped. But they have another chance this time around. Their utility isn't going to be the prettiest, sure, but it's still something. Nade control, MDS, another frag down mid. He's just been really good at this so far. He did it last round as well. Surely that was, sure that was against pistols, but it really forced the T's to up their ante over towards mid and ended up just kind of leading them into a meat grinder. Yoko does the same thing. The snipers are lethal for Peruvian White Swing as they pick up a double, making it a 3 versus 5 before the T's are even able to execute into the site. And now this is a very tough situation for sukalamink as they might want to double back, think about things, knowing that rotations could be coming from the CTs at any moment now. But it's telegraphed and it's known, so the CTs will stay passive. The most aggressive you see is Maz, who's making his way down alt mid, but will soon back up. He doesn't want to play with fire here because his team is in such a healthy position. The B execute will eventually meet its end here. I would imagine his UAB is going to be entering in. Knows a player is over towards CT, but the massive grenade just spoils their plans of having a nice round. As UAB EP, he struggles to find the first kill, but he'll be able to get a second, unfortunately, for Peruvian Wide Swing. They dropped the AWP. UAB, he's still low on HP, dangerously low in fact, but he has 30 seconds. If he can get another frag, this just might be a little more possible. But Yoko is aware of it. He triples up, and he's doing fantastic for the CT side right now. The squad is looking unbelievable in these past 4 rounds. And these are the kind of rounds that I wanted to see more of out of Peruvian Wide Swing. They're a little more convincing, and they aren't dropping as many players as they were before. Maybe it just required them to get that double AWP in play, but it seems to be working out for them just fine. Can I put Seal, Bob, lower Mount 5? You know what? I got you, dude. Seal, Bob, lower Mount 5. There you are. And, well, there you are. Yoko getting another kill. How about you go ahead and go for another, but Comic will clean up all the work here. Makes it triple. UAEB, again, stuck in a clutch, and he's done. Yo, I got you. Nabil. I'll go ahead and put that in my auto exec as well for observing. Peruvian Wide Swing have officially evened things up on Inferno. This was a map pick of sukalamink, so you would have to hope that they feel relatively confident in it. Early nade control. Yoko, AWP in hand. He's a bit hungry for a frag here. Same story with MDS, but this time the T's are not abiding. MDS eats a flash to the face, but he stays safe. Another flash down towards Banana. That will lead Yoko to post up over towards Car. Now the T's need to be a little more careful, because now Banana, such an important, vital part for the T side, has been completely whittled away, and so has most of UAEB's health. Molotov response from the CTs, but things have come to a standstill for the most part, as the T's have now even less to look forward to. Smoke goes up, but it looks like they want to play contact here. Ape is very, very much aggressive here as Yoko has started to rotate over. They've sent 4 players over towards the A site here, and it's a perfect read on the situation too. There's no reason for them to doubt what they're doing here. Yoko is posted up in CT in case they go for a wrap or anything crazy of the sort here. UAEB is going to be trying to entry in, but it's Ape to find the first. MDS quickly responds with 1, but that AWP has just been so good. Not good enough though for the AKs as as Dexus picks up a triple, or a double. I can't talk. Apparently, Peruvian Wide Swing might have second thoughts about wanting to try to retake this. Yoko's playing this so safe, looking for a peek from UAEB. That's pretty much his only key back into this round. Or perhaps it might be in the form of Comic. They don't have any utility. They know where one player is. The flash goes out and ends up blinding him more than it does the enemies here. Comic's still trying to push up here, but time is not in their favor right now. Get all the kills you want here, but you need to stick that bomb. Precept knows it. He's going for something aggressive. He'll go up in the explosion in the midst of things, but that will be another round in the tease. Dragging another round on the board here, but every single person goes down in the midst of it. It's not a pretty way to get another number on the board, but it's the unfortunate reality for the T side here, as they're posting up something incredible so far, don't get me wrong. But you have to hope that they don't drop so many players while doing it. As you see, their utility is not exactly in the healthiest place. UAEB is the only one who's not really hurting. You even see Lasso has opted for half armor. That way you could spare flash. Comic is trying to go for something a little more aggressive over towards Banana, and don't pull out that CZ too early. Throw away that CZ too early, because Comic has made his way all the way down Banana. This is some impeccable map control for him. This can be so much information for the CTs. However, if sukalamink start upping the ante here, upping the pace, they might be in deep, desperate trouble here. Siphon is going to be on the A side alone here, but the frags are perfect for sukalamink as they take the site. No problem whatsoever. It's completely sieged. And Peruvian Wide Swing don't even want to bother. Save those AWPs. They've been some of your big keys to success in a lot of these rounds, so keeping those double snipers will most likely grant you the favor if they can keep them on the board. The T's get the bomb down, fully expecting some sort of retake, but they'll soon learn that this is a round gifted to them. Comic theoretically could play a little more aggressive. His money is not the healthiest, so I mean, perhaps it would be in his best fortune just to save the CZ75 for another day. With that, though, sukalamink. Sukalamink. I feel like I'm always messing up that name. They'll be exiting down towards alt mid. Checking some standard locations, but no one abides. Round number 13. T's heavily in favor. They're only one round away from officially winning this half, which would be a fantastic start for them. It is their map pick, and they seem to be pulling out all the stops early on in the ESEA Intermediate Grand Finals. My name is Ito. I'm happy to bring you this game. sukalamink have really already tried to slow things down here. Maybe just trying to bait some utility out of Peruvian Wide Swing. It's done them pretty good here. Perhaps trying to see if there was a nade setup of some sort. They have two players with guns. Everybody else is stuck on pistols, including Comic. He's been really good at least getting one frag over here in this half-wall position, and, well, this time will be no different. He actually manages to pick up an AK as well, and he does some fantastic damage with it as well. The save is incredible as Comic. He triples up. He goes down in the end, but his team is able to clean up on the work that he started, and that is fantastic from Comic. I was not expecting him to get away with more than one kill there. They could just shoot him through the half wall. They had rifles. They were in no trouble of losing that round whatsoever, but they all fall at the hand of Comic. So it will be another round on the board for the CTs. Molotov through. UAEB eats the brunt of it. 44 damage, or 44 HP, I should say, left on the man. So relatively good for his team's second top fragger at the moment. But a player like Ape has calmed down considerably. Oh, he wakes right back up, doesn't he? He finds one kill. It's quickly traded out by Dexus. Actually, never mind. He doesn't even find a kill. Dexus, he actually manages to find two of them. He's still looking to entry more onto the A site, but unfortunately, the shots quite aren't all there. Here's the bomb going down, but Yoko will stay passive. Wait for his teammate Comic to come in. Comic, be happy to take a chicken, but that will be the end of Peruvian Wide Swing. don't even want to again go for this retake here. Even though it's a 2 versus 3, plus they have a little bit of utility, they just don't want to potentially give up another round here. So we will be seeing 8-6. Sukalamink officially win the T side of Inferno. The map pick is doing them very well, it seems. Bomb goes up in flames. Comic and Yoko save their guns respectively, the 2B players. And no one goes up with the bomb either. The money on the T side, it's not perfect, but it's going to be definitely enough for them to get a lot of AKs on board, if not full AKs. And we see a pause coming through, interestingly enough. CT is just going to be talking about things for a moment here, considering they had to save for, it feels like so many rounds on this half. Maybe they need a little bit of something to lighten the mood, to change the mood. If they can make it 8-7, that would be competitive and not the end of the world, even though you would want to hope for a little bit more as a CT. You see some of the really scary halves start coming out on the opposing side as well if you're a counter-terrorist. Well, teams put everything they got into this last round of our first half of these grand finals. And it'll look very much the same as the last here. Yoko and Comic over towards Banana. Sukalamink, they haven't learned their lesson. They're still going to eat so much utility damage here. This time it's Ape, who's so dangerously low. 8 for the man. He's been such a fantastic and important figure for his team. Yoko gets a little bit risky and ends up getting tagged down as well. Spam through Banana, most likely just to throw off the CTs a little bit. They expend a bit of utility at mid just to ward off the Ts for the time being. But MDS is in such a good location. I love this area under porch here. Just play around this pillar. It's most likely just going to be a one and done unless he can dance around it super well. Or perhaps it's going to be a none and done. He's just going to back off completely here. He'll go in for seconds though and find it just fine here. Nearly gets a double, but unfortunately does not survive for as long as he would have hopped. What this did? What? How has Texas managed to get that third frag? What happened with Siphon? I stutter over my words almost as much as Siphon stuttered over that kill. That should have been guaranteed 100%. That's a point of that porch spot. But he just goes ahead and whiffs all of the bullets. And unfortunately leads to his demise and most likely a 9th round on the board for the T side. This is unbelievable. That should not have been given up. Sure, the 2 players on the T side are low, but it's not much healthier for Comic either. They're going to be trying to entry in, put all their plans into this one here. They have 2 kits to do it with, but they're dropping one by one. Yoko's now going to be left alone. He has no chance of it whatsoever. That was all ruined in a moment's notice as Dexus just pushes right in to the A site, cracks it open, and unfortunately dispasses of Siphon before he's able to get enough bullets off. Oh, you absolutely hate to see it. That is so unfortunate. I cannot believe it happened like that. That feels like this should not have missed. That should not have happened whatsoever. I would want to watch that demo from his POV, see what happened, because if Siphon got those kills there, at least 1 kill, we could have seen a very different game. A very different round, I should say. Now, Sukalamink have a pretty considerable advantage as they head on to the more statistically favored side now, and Dexus is just going to have a field day. Takes a few shots over towards alt mid and finds a frag for his treble. The T's are in some very strange positions right now. Actually, have pushed up over towards Banana. Ape finds another kill though. He's on the board and he's doing fantastic work for his team as well. It's really been the Dexus and Ape show. The 2 of them have been showing up considerably for their teams. As 2 CTs are now over towards Banana, or alt mid I should say rather. The T's, they're just kind of all over the place, really. MDS is just over towards T spawn. Teammate drops, leaving it up to the flanker alone. This is going to be a tough win, a tough ask for MDS here. He's alone against 3 members, 2 of which have armor, and one of which has been absolutely on fire this entire game. He looks to take him out, though. I'll have no trouble doing it as he uses a Glock. His passive him just fine here. Struggles to get the player towards alt mid, but actually gets it off in the end. That's on the lasso. This has now become very much possible as FreeSev is now going to be left alone. MDF just might have found some sort of lifeline into this round, and indeed he does do it. Taps away at the man as he gets a 1 versus 3 to keep Peruvian White Swing competitive. 9-7. And this is exactly why MDS was my player to watch. He isolated those fights so well. And none of the CTs seem to be ready for it. The Glock is one of those guns I just absolutely despise using towards long range, but it seemed like another day at the office for him. Sukalamink, they aren't going to be investing too much into this one, despite making things very competitive with the Ts. Didn't win it, and feel no reason to buy up a lot of it. A lot of money, I should say, rather. Comic, fully blind, loses his life. Actually manages to take down Dexys before falling. 4-on-4. All things considered, not too bad for Sukamalink. If they can do a little more economic damage here, get some of those AKs out of the hand of Peruvian White Swing, maybe they'll have something to work on early on in this half. But the rotates are already in onto the site, and it's just easy pickings for Peruvian White Swing. No chance of life, no chance at a comeback. And no chance, for stealing away that round. As Peruvian White Swing get another on the board, closer to evening things up. 9-8. And now things are in full effect, in full swing, one could even say, for Peruvian White Swing. As they now have full rifles and a single Krieg on the hands of Siphon. Trying to go for some of that early banana control. You see Sukamalink have been playing so passive in comparison. They haven't been going for that same sort of aggressive play that Yoko and Comic were doing so many times on the CT half. Instead opting to stay on the site itself. Nade lands on the heads of Siphon and Comic, but unfortunately just a little bit off their mark. And doesn't do the damage that they would have hoped. But they're all setting up for a B execute here, and this could be absolutely lethal. We have to keep an eye on FreeSev as well as UAEB here, as UAEB will be over towards Coffin. FreeSev has actually snuck entirely through the smoke. He's over towards Banana. Sir, the push is happening elsewhere. It's happening in this site. He's going to go through, but won't have a chance whatsoever. That timing was just not at all in his favor, and he loses his life, essentially securing the round for Peruvian White Swing, but they're not out of the woods just yet. 3 players, are low on health, and this could be potentially lethal. If they pick up a couple of frags here, it could have some sort of domino effect. They only drop 1 player, the auto shotgun is good for another, and competitive in the end. Peruvian White Swing, their trades are just completely on point as they overrun Sukamalink at the B site, get that bomb down, and take every single frag that they could have hoped. That was a lot better. I loved how they took that B site. I feel like at the same time, though, there were some questionable decisions made by some members, and in particular, FreeSev. I understand what he was trying to go for, pushing in through Banana, but he just made so much noise while pushing. Oh my god, what just happened here? Oh my god, they're just running up. Okay, well, that was an anti-eco round. Okay, that was fun. Peruvian White Swing take the lead. Okay, look, I know that was an anti-eco round. Or just an eco round, I should say, from Sukamalink. But wow, that really fell on their face flat. They just died immediately. Well, on the plus side, that will mean the CTs now have 2 double AWPs to work with here. They decide to bring them all out. Ape gets flashed in towards mid, but it's a passive peek, doesn't amount to anything. Same story with FreeSev, he'll back up. Early spam in towards Banana, but again, you see that Peruvian White Swing have a pretty much, polar opposite sort of B-site hold to what Sukamalink are doing. Playing on the site, and I mean, like, I didn't see them boost onto Flower Pot once, for example. But seems to be their bread and butter. However, no bread and butter for you. They don't seem to be hungry for that. They want to go towards the opposing site. They'll dedicate 1 player in MDS to just kind of prod away at the opposing site. Maybe just keep some of those CTs grounded. Spam comes through on the lasso, has him down to 30 HP roughly. Utility is starting to run low for Peruvian Wide Swing as they'll double back over towards B. Where sukalamink, they're still waiting in the exact same positions that they were last time. Free Sev is going to be the first face here with that AWP in hand. The sniper could be lethal, but I'm not sure how many frags you can realistically get away with. The Wide Swing, oh, it's perfectly. They're living up to their name just fine here. UAEB, he's still on top of this flower box, but it gets pre-fired and pre-aimed immediately here. Free Sev unfortunately misses a shot. Luckily Ape tries to go wild. He's still in the picture, unfortunately just a little bit off. Can't quite thread the needle on that shot. Still watching Flower Pot though. Siphon takes care of Dexys before he's able to go huge. Lasso also chimes in with a kill of his own, and they're just kind of getting whittled away one by one. Eventually it will be up to MDS in a 1-on-2 here. Finds it first and gets the second one as well. It's a 4K for the man as he's sitting on 25 frags now. He has been incredible for his team. Just this utter linchpin, which have allowed Peruvian Wide Swing to get so many rounds, to garner so many of them. And they're going to take a pause now, talk about things for a moment, because this is starting to get kind of crazy. They're dropping more rounds than they probably would have hoped for. I think it's important to mention, I want to look at the kill differential. Look at Ape. He has 11 assists. What the hell? Like, I don't know. That's just kind of absurd. He's able to damage them a lot, but isn't quite able to finish up the job. MDS, though, it's no problem for him. He has 0 assists, interestingly enough. The only one on the server to not have it, and 25 frags. He is so close to hitting that 30 bomb, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't. If he keeps up doing, like, if he keeps up rounds like that, I wouldn't be surprised to see that whatsoever. He has been far and away the best player on Peruvian Wide Swing so far. Oh, free Sev, that's unfortunate. Again, swallows a grenade over towards Banana and is put down to 23 HP. But not put out of a life, so he still has some sort of chance to make some damage happen. Peruvian Wide Swing have immediately started slowing things down. They feel no need to up the ante or the pace whatsoever, as they most likely realize by now that sukalamink are on a full pistol buy, with the exception of Dexys, who's sitting over in apartments, just kind of being a sort of a bridge troll in apartments. They won't abide him, though. They will not pay the troll toll. As they instead want to go over to the other bomb site. Free Sev, he takes a peek over towards Banana, but gets away miraculously with his life. And this is starting to look far and away done, at least for this round. Peruvian Wide Swing, they don't seem to be struggling whatsoever. They're going to be thorough about it as they enter towards the B bomb site. Free Sev gets one kill before he falls. Ape, unbelievably, just has the diligence to not move through that smoke. Dexys, the man with an auto shotgun, will be the only one alive. He, well, just falls immediately over towards Banana. There you have it. Another round on the board. The T's, they don't struggle with that eco whatsoever, despite the best efforts of sukalamink. They fall right on their face. They're hoping for some sort of changing of the seasons, but they don't seem to be granted what they're hoping for here. We'll be having Free Sev and UAEB over towards Banana or B again. This time they're going for a little more of an interesting setup. This time they're dedicating a lot more utility towards it, and it's enough to ward off Peruvian Wide Swing for the time being. However, they've shifted their focus over towards A, where they will be trying to take some fights almost immediately. Siphon, surprisingly, does not die, nor does he do any damage to the opposing CT. Holy hell, how is he still alive? This man is getting away with miracles, as he will be alive to deal with the brunt of these CTs rotating all the way over. Free Sev is just boosted up on the half wall. This could be perfect, as he just might find Yoko. Yoko is being careful not to give up his life, however. Since the bomb is towards A, it's going to be a little tough to justify him getting out of mid alone. I'm just still blown away that Siphon managed to stay alive through all that. He was just standing still under porch for a good while. Utility isn't the healthiest for Peruvian Wide Swing. They've rotated the man with the most over towards a bomb site. where they will soon make their final destination. Dexys, forced out by a bunch of Molotovs, will be forced to reposition. Luckily, he doesn't need to do much of anything, though, because his team is doing all the work. However, Maz is still trying to make things even for his team. It's a 2-on-2, and Maz knows where one of those remaining players are. But the question mark is where the second one will be. Sev finds the first onto the player after his teammate falls, but now he needs to do an AWP versus AWP duel. Onto MDS, who's dangerously low, but HP doesn't matter when you have a sniper. And he picks up another round. 28 kills. MDS is just putting his team on his back right now. This is unbelievable. What a performance from the man. He's going golden. And he's doing fantastic work. Closer and closer to that 30 bomb. MDS lurks. Mostly nades are the only thing invested for sukalamink as they find some of the best damage they have in quite a while. Comic and Yoko down to about half HP apiece. Now we'll struggle. UAP, what is he doing here? He's actually going for an aggressive fight over towards Banana. I don't feel like this is going to end very well. Luckily, the smoke just covers him. But I don't have high hopes for the Steagle push here, and neither does UAEB, it seems. He backs. They didn't spot bomb just yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if some rotates start coming over. Maz! Oh my goodness, he loses his life at the hands of Ape, and that will go ahead, just cause Ape to rotate over to the B bomb site, where the push is inevitably going to come in very, very soon here. The shots are so good from the CTs right now. Peruvian wide swing, they're struggling to get the kills that they need right now, as they have yet to find a single frag on the board. Finally, the dam breaks, but it's just none of the water is flowing out how they would have hoped. Siphon is now going to be eventually left alone. He just keeps on getting into the weirdest situations. It doesn't make sense. sukalamink get on double digits after Siphon does a little bit of damage, but that's a pistol round. Given up. Peruvian White Swing still on 13. They still have a little bit of a buffer. But their money isn't the healthiest after this. Aww. Hey, thank you guys. You guys are being really sweet. I just want to, you know, make it a good cast. It's been a while since I've casted. I'm a little rusty. It's been like a week. Or it feels like a week at least. I don't know. Either way, Peruvian White Swing will go ahead and invest every last dollar into this one here. However, if they go down, if they lose this round in a catastrophic fashion, which they seem primed to do right now, they drop their best player, they could perhaps be seeing an even game up, or an evened up game, excuse me. This could be seen as one of the most important rounds of the game that we've seen so far, on par with round 6 that we saw earlier. The economical impacts are potentially huge. Lasso backs. Doesn't want to oblige the tease into his untimely demise. Look at me, dude. I'm listening to feedback here, keeping it only on Lasso. But I might want to do otherwise, because if you notice, the T's have actually made their way in towards the bomb site B. Can we get a Suwu? I probably messed it up. Or is it Suwu? It's probably Suwu, isn't it? Anyway, free Sev. First face here. No problem for him, as he does not get a kill and actually dies immediately. Or not dies, he just backs up immediately. I'm surprised there's no sort of extension to try to take him down or anything of the sort. So that will be a free bomb plant for Peruvian White Swing, as they're looking fantastic to take this round almost entirely. Comic has snuck his way back over towards Banana, so that will cut off a potential source of damage. Yoko, he exists though. He will get another kill. Dexys, he's doing all the work that he possibly can for his team, but it's Ape. He does a little more damage, and oh my goodness, Siphon is so goddamn good. Was that a 1 versus 3? I thought that was a 1 versus 1. I had no clue that Siphon was going that massive. I keep on saying he gets into the weirdest positions, but that is absurd. He manages to pull off a clutch right below my nose. Oh, hey, Nebel, thanks for subscribing. I love you. That will be a round stolen right back away from Peruvian Wide Swing. They managed to come out on top of that 4 versus 5, and Free Sev is going to go ahead, try to up the pace over towards apartments. You're not nifty, aren't you? Sev, unfortunately, has no luck going for that aggressive apartments move. Dexus has a little better luck. The fortune is in his favor as he picks up an AK, upgrades to it. And they've rotated now towards the bottom of mid. They want to go back to their trusted bomb site, B, yet again here. And it's not hard to see why. It has been so goddamn good for them. Setting up for all the smokes. Still watching their back, though. Being very much careful to do that. As MDS seems a bit hungry to go for this 30 bomb, but it might not be needed because Siphon very much exists as well. He's 24-25, but Dexus, he actually goes massive, picks up a triple. It'll be up to Comic now. Well, it was a 1 versus 2, down to a 1 versus 1. It's still a very much winnable clutch, but at the same time, if sukalamink drop this round, it would be devastation. Dexus literally could not do more. He has been gigantic for his team, but it might not be good enough. Comic knows where Lasso is. Lasso hasn't touched a bomb. Now both of the players know exactly where they are, but Lasso is a winner of it. He gets the full 10-second C-fuse, as it will be another round on the board for sukalamink. But that one was a little bit of a nail-biter. I'm honestly not sure why Comic decided to flash there. That perhaps was a mistake on his end, because it gave away his position to Lasso almost perfectly, and essentially just lined him up for the shot. But Peruvian wide swing, they shouldn't be feeling the pressure just yet. There's still a 3-round buffer that they have to, I guess, pad their worries a little bit. Plus, they have 2 players who are going absolutely massive, Siphon and MDS. And look, we can all look past Siphon for that really unfortunate porch position hold that he missed out on. Different round, different story. His team seems to be doing just fine now. Comic is leading the charge in towards the A bomb site this time around. Deagle and Stowe. Flash up from Yoko as well. Same story. Now this time they'll be trying to wrap through arches, perhaps. And Comic can't quite hit the shot onto Ape. Rotates will soon start to come over from the CT side here. They don't want to go through CT. They actually want to wrap around this bomb site, but it's going to be the perfect scenario for them to just get whittled down one by one. It's a firing range for sukalamink as they just take care of everyone on Peruvian wide swing. What was that? Yeah, call pause for that one, because I mean, just going straight into the site like that with almost no utility to speak of, it's just going to grant you free kills if you're on the CT side, really. If they had, like, Kriegs or something, I mean, maybe that would be a different story, but they didn't. It was Deagles. They used all their flashes just to get up Arch in the first place. Pause comes through. Peruvian a wide swing, even though they still have that 2-round buffer to work, or to, I guess, think back on, and reflect. They choose to buy up into this one here. And I'm not exactly sold on that decision. If you just save for one more round to make sure it was a very healthy buy, get a ton of utility in, we could see this game secured a little better. But they want to close things out now. They're hungry for this. They want to go up 2-0 in this best-of-5 series. That pick of sukalamink has done them well so far, but they haven't been able to close things out. We've gotten close a couple of times, only now 4 rounds away from doing it. They kept it competitive at the very least. Oh, but that nade is huge, but Siphon is bigger. He picks up a double. What are you guys doing? There's a max 7 right there. Oh my lord, MDS, he gets a kill in the end. Siphon picks up a double. The usual suspects from Peruvian wide swing are showing up, but not without a few question marks, without a few asterisks on why the hell it even made it this far. That max 7 has caused so much utility damage for them, but it might not matter in the end, as it will be Ape alone eventually. 1-on-3. Despite the crazy antics with that max 7, it's not good enough to secure them the win. Ape will have to go massive here. We've seen 1 versus 3 clutches, a couple of them in this game, but not from Ape. He'll have to go ahead, add that new stat onto the board, and Well, the Ninja isn't going to work for them either. 15 for Peruvian. Wide swing, only 1 round away from going up 2-0 in this series, inching ever closer to that finish line. I'm surprised that sukalamink haven't taken a pause to talk about things at all. I mean, sure, there's only so much you can talk about when MDS and Siphon are just going massive. 32 and 27 apiece for the two. sukalamink are kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel right now to get everything that they possibly can to keep it competitive in this potential last round of this map. Otherwise, sukalamink will fall flat on their map pick, which they're looking very close to doing. UAB goes for something miraculous, but the MP9 isn't quite in their favor. Siphon is just going for this crazy aggressive entry fragging style. Has a lot of utility, but only 2 HP. So he has to be... Okay, well that's a nice nade. That's exactly what I was about to say. He needs to use some of that utility. Luckily, his team steps up for him just in time, though. MDS is on 33 kills right now. This could not be more of a carry from the man right now, as Maz struggles with the gunfight. Oh my lord, he loses to Lasso, and Lasso is massive! He picks up a double! I cannot believe this. This should have been their round. By no means should they have had a chance, but Lasso grounds them to this unfortunate reality that we're in. He picks up a quad, and he will keep sukalamink alive. Unbelievable stuff. That absolutely should not have been around for them. There was, I have no clue. You know, this is why you want a camera on Lasso. See, okay, you're right, but at the same time, I expected him to immediately lose that duel to Maz. The fact that Maz lost that duel is probably the most surprising thing I've seen so far. That was like absolutely like, how the hell do you lose that? Peruvian wide swing. They don't have the healthiest economy. They're stuck on Deegs. They know it as well. They won't try to force their hand just yet. Save up some money for the next rounds here. Get those Kriegs in play. They've been so good for them. There's no reason not to wait for it. Looking at the straight numbers here, you see Maz has had a very slow game, sitting at only 12 kills, while MDS is pretty much a polar opposite, 32 for him. He's successfully broke that 30 bomb, but he's going for the matchmaking carry. He's going for the smurfing in a Golden Nova 2 game kind of carry. He wants more. But this time he's going to have to do it with Deegs. Aggressive positioning from sukalamink as well. It's really good for sukalamink. Lasso over towards Tree. Might want to extend his hand further. The T's will have none of it though. They want to go towards A. 3 players of sukalamink dedicated here. This could potentially be explosive, or it could just go ahead and again fall flat on its face for Peruvian wide swing. These Eagles have been very much hit or miss, and really we've been seeing a lot of misses. First point of contact. They're playing this so slow, but I think it will be in favor of Yoko. That nade goes out, so gives away his position. First frag goes away of Mazza, but they're getting picked away one by one by one by one. There it is. CT's run away with that one. We're going to be seeing the full 30 rounds here unless Yoko goes massive, but it's not going to be reality for him. He gets 1 kill, and that's it. 14-15. sukalamink on their map pick have done fantastic and kept things competitive. Survived to the very bitter end. Both teams now will force up their hand. Force every last penny into this one here. It's do or die for sukalamink here. And they will dedicate 3 players over towards B here. They know that this has been Peruvian wide swing's best fortune so far. And if he can take care of some players like MDS, which they've done a pretty good job at, he's down to half. That would be fantastic. sukalamink, this sort of different banana control that they've been taking has been so goddamn good for them. And it's only getting better. It's only getting sweeter for them. Comet goes down immediately. We are on the verge of seeing OT now. Peruvian wide swing already looking lost on round 30 here. 4 versus 5. Oh my god. Lasso burns alive! Are you kidding? That's a frag just gifted to him because a Molotov is not in his favor. That's so unfortunate. Oh, Lord, that has to hurt to see. It's still 4-on-4, but Lasso, that kind of hurts. That is why I hate Molotovs in this game sometimes. I always feel like it should spread out how it like will be at its max and then like slowly whittle away to slower, but it just is so hard to realize where those Molotovs are going to go sometimes. That is unbelievable. Well, that will be another kill on the board for Peruvian White Swing as they keep it competitive 4 versus 4 here. This next frag could decide all, and Dexus, he wants to go take this to overtime, excuse me. It's a perfect setup on the A-bomb site here. If you don't get killed by Dexus, then surely you'll be killed by Ape. He's sitting on the site. He struggles to get one. He actually won't be able to double up at all, but he's still staying alive. There's no trade out whatsoever. Siphon, he's just all alone in this terrible situation as we're going to overtime. Unbelievable. Sukalamink managed to pull it back here, and it was all off the back of that crazy round from Lasso where he got that 4K. That absolutely should not have been overtime. I cannot believe Peruvian White Swing just kind of managed to give it up to the point where we're going into overtime here. At the same time, though, what a fantastic play by Sukalamink and all the CTs. They have seriously done massive work for their team. I don't know why I say they have done massive work for the team. I mean, everyone has really just done work for their team, I should say. No one seems to be lagging behind, and despite the heroics in regulation, 33-19 scoreline and 112 ADR roughly from MDS, it's still not good enough to close it out in 30. I feel like if there was any person that I had to point out as being, you know, the star player in Sukamalink so far, it really has been Dexus. He has been so goddamn good. He's gotten so many multi-kills and just hold down site alone. But again, like, everyone has had their fair share of fantastic rounds. I look back on, you know, Lasso with that 4K, who kept his team in it by the skin of their teeth. Ape, who had so many multi-kills early on that T side. He cooled down considerably on the CT, sure, but still did fantastic. And then FreeSev and UAEB, honestly, were just really good anchors in their own individual ways. Peruvian White Swing, they have all the superstar performances that they could have hoped for, but they aren't able to close it out just the way they want. They drop a player early. We'll be seeing a short break before we head back into things here. Teams most likely is going to be going to the bathroom, you know, talking about things with their coach. Definitely all very valid and things that they really should do here, considering how much they're struggling. Some of those rounds towards the end, it really hurt to see them lose them. In case you guys just got here, my name is Ito. I'm really happy to bring you the ESEA Intermediate Grand Finals of Season 32 North America. We should be heading back into this very, very soon. And hey, if you guys have a Twitch Prime, if you guys want an emote, feel free to drop it. But I think it will be... Aw, Alex, hey, I love you too. Thank you guys so much. Also, I want to say thank you guys so much for the support. You guys have been so kind. Like, seriously, it means the world to me. Just trying to become a better caster. Hey, thank you guys so much. You guys are so sweet. Really? Aw, thank you. I just want to keep being better and better, you know? Hopefully work an event one day. Everyone hopes for an event, including every single member on both teams here. They all want to make it big. We've been seeing some big performances. Thank you guys so much. You guys are all fantastic. I really appreciate it. Let's go ahead and get back into this game, shall we? The double op is being brought out from Peruvian White Swing. This time, it's on the T side, which is a very interesting switch. If I fuck up, we're going to let you hear. Dude, I don't blame you. Please. I actually want you guys to correct me. I know I'm far from being a perfect caster. If there's anything I can do better, please let me know. Realistically. Hey, yo, BDD, you suck. You're rude. I'm sorry, that was rude. Use your Twitch Prime on me, by the way. Anyway. More Suwoo! That's all. I got you. MDS. AWP in hand. I'm really not fully sold on this double sniper setup on the T side, but if they feel confident in it, I mean, Peruvian White Swing did take a little while to actually get started in this second half, so maybe they do have some sort of confidence with it. This time, Yoko will switch it over to Comic. He pre-fires CT, but it's given nothing. Passive setup from sukalamink as well. UAEB and FreeSev. Very, very alone. However, Peruvian White Swing, are they actually executing into this? They don't have the bomb. Oh my god, Abe is just given the free kill. Thank you, that trade comes through in the end, but it's a disaster. The trades are perfect from sukalamink as they just fall like dominoes one by one. Luckily, MDS tries to drag them. That heroism is still seen in this game, it seems. Dexus also shows up with a frag. Can you turn on in-game audio? Do you mean like in-game voice chat, like dead chat? Because there should be game audio. If there's no game audio, I have no idea what's going on. And dead chat should be on. I just had it turned down. Game audio working? All right, perfect. Sorry, let's go ahead and actually get into this clutch. FreeSev, 1 versus 1, 1 versus 2. And right at the end there, he picks up his first 2 kills of overtime as he makes it a nice clutch. I probably shouldn't have read chat during that clutch, but this is what I'm meaning by every single person having their own highlight moments. FreeSev, he was struggling with that AWP. Let's not be completely wrong here, but he had his moments this game, and he's still doing the same thing in overtime here. Picks up a 1 versus 2 to have sukalamink take back that lead, which is something I've not said in a while. Dexus wants to tell us something. I'll be perfectly happy to hear it. What could go wrong, Cap? Comic, eats a bit of detail. MDS. Again, he has been so goddamn good. He tags down another player as well, Lasso. The player which everyone wanted to watch might no longer have a chance in this round here. He has an AWP, so if there was any gun that he would have had to make an impact, that would be the one. UAB is edging on the smoke. I probably shouldn't have used that kind of wording, because now there's so much tension as he pushes up towards Banana, but hopefully not the sexual tension. Oh my god, UAB! They didn't check their corners and they dropped 2 players because of it. MTS, he didn't even get that trade either. Yoko's so passive that he can't help the case. As, I mean, UAB, he gets away with murder here. And just like that, things are just crumbling down for Peruvian White Swing here. Finally, Mazza will drag them to reality, but UAB is still in the picture. He picks up 3, nearly a 4th, but Peruvian White Swing steal the round away because the flank isn't good and the trades are just perfect for them. That absolutely should not have been around for Peruvian White Swing, but they steal it away. Sure, UAEB might have gotten away with murder, but Peruvian White Swing have gotten away with theft. Unbelievable antics from them. Grenade down. Perfect. Yoko swallows it. Wears a grenade as a hat before it demolishes itself. And Ape finds the first kill of the round here, and it's on to the star player. Again, bad news for Peruvian White Swing here as they desperately try to even up this disadvantage that they're in. But they struggle to find the kills that they need. Yoko tries to push the issue, but unfortunately the issue is brought right to his face. He gets taken down 5 on 3. And it's looking worse and worse as time goes by for Peruvian White Swing here. They have to turn their back from a most likely inevitable flank from the CTs here as they set up for a quick execute here, but it's going to have to be quick and dirty here, and this is not going to be most likely working out in their favor. FreeSev is so damn good on the sniper. He nearly gets them all, but unfortunately it's not enough to finish the job. Lasso will clean up everything that they started. 16-17, sukalamink, despite being down, I believe it was 15-11 or 15-12. I believe it was 15-12. I mean, they're looking fantastic when actually things get forced over to overtime. Sure, they gave up a round. That was, you know, not perfect, sure, but it really, at the same time, it feels like sukalamink had Peruvian White Swing's number in that case. Now we see the real challenge for Peruvian Wide Swing, though, because not only are they now 2 rounds away from dropping this map, they're going to need to get 3 of their own. Still possible in first overtime, yeah. But... Hey, Bobby, can you stop barking, dude? Man, we're all trying to cast, dude. God. I'm sorry. There you are, Yellow Man. I hope that helped. CT side. We saw PWS struggle with this for a while. But they'll go back to, I suppose, what's been working out best for them. Ooh, Comic and Yoko. That's already a terrible start over towards B. They eat a grenade. 54 and 70 HP for the two, respectively. And Dexus finds the first. This might be the beginning of the end for Peruvian Wide Swing on Inferno here. As sukalamink, if they get this round, they would have secured double overtime at the very least. And then just need one more round to tie things up 1-1 in the ESEA Intermediate Grand Finals. Oh, cool. I'm glad it worked, Yellow Man. Just let me know in case he stops barking, or starts barking again, alright, man? I got you. Double up. MDS. Waiting on the angle. Might just be perfect to trade things, even things up, excuse me, but we're looking like Neo from the Matrix here as Dexus dodges right beneath the AWP bullet. Will be making his home over towards Pip, but MDS still wants to do his best for his team. Unfortunately, it's not good enough. It will be up to Siphon to drag some of those rotates over. It favors his team. That's not the issue, but the real issue is dealing with this inevitable post plant here. Bomb is planted just like that. Siphon, no chance, and this is what I'm talking about. This is where things can get scary here, because Comic and Yoko, their spots aren't the best right now. They know exactly where Comic is, and Free Steph can just hold down the line. He picks up one, and he will get the second one as well. It's another 1 versus 2 clutch for sukalamink, and most importantly, it's another 1 versus 2 for Free Sev. Again, every goddamn player is having their moment here. It's unbelievable. The heroics are not good enough to secure any sort of semblance of a round for Peruvian Wide Swing here as they give up another one. And this is now a very scary scenario for PWS. They need to go flawless here on the rest of this Inferno overtime half if they want to bring things to second overtime here. They can't win this in single overtime here. They're going to have to double up. It's going to have to be do or die if they want to have a chance at it. But sukalamink feel the exact opposite. They want to close this out here. They're so hungry. They TK their teammates while doing it, apparently. Dexus drops. He was such a big character for them. But just off of that TK alone, it's actually put things back in favor of Peruvian Wide Swing. Made almost a bit sweeter as Comic nearly gets one through the smoke. But the post-plant positions are strong, but just might not be strong enough because they have a player down on 28 health. And this is now very, very scary. Yoko in with the AWP. We'll be watching Banana, but it's Comic to find the first frag on this retake. Siphon with another. Now it's Free Sev. He's pulled off so many clutches before, but the clutch minister is nothing in comparison to Zipix. Peruvian Wide Swing get 17. Nearly secure that double overtime now. sukalamink really tried to, bring the pace up over towards the B-bomb site, but it does not work out in their favor whatsoever. They win that initial duel, but that's really all that works out for them. The CT just managed to stay alive for so goddamn long and just get into the perfect post-plant scenario, excuse me. Standard grenades over towards Banana. They really should be looking at their utility stats, because I'm not sure if it's probably their best interest to keep on using that Molotov and grenades so early, because it hasn't really found much of anything. There was a couple of rounds where I believe it did land on Ape or something like that and tagged him down to 26, but it hasn't had much of an effect, and that's $900 down the drain every single round. It's the little things that you can look back on, but really in the end, sukalamink, they're just kind of coming out on top in a lot of ways. Jeez, I can't talk. They want to bring back things to the A bomb site here. Ape, first phase. Siphon is playing a lot more passive than he was in past rounds here. Oh, what's this? Ape. I love this. He's going to get boosted onto porch here. He actually doesn't make noise while doing it. That's the most surprising thing. Siphon isn't going to be ready for it. So Ape might actually have the entry of a lifetime here. He gets flashed, but he's not making noise, and that could be huge here. Siphon isn't looking. Yoko isn't looking either, and he's going to have a free frag on the board for Ape. sukalamink want to close things out right here, and they're looking perfect to do it. That is fantastic work from Ape. Oh, my lord, that is perfect. But Maz also wants to step up. He gets a double. Actually denies a bomb plant. What is this? What is this from Maz? He's going massive. He picks up 3 of them. He closes it out. Peruvian White Swing. What the hell was that? What was that? Are you kidding me? No way that just happened. Oh my god. I have no words for that whatsoever. How the hell did Maz do that? Maz was having such a slow game. He just pulls that shit out of nowhere. A 4K for the man to keep Peruvian White Swing in this game. That was one of the most insane plays I've seen in a long time. I cannot believe no one traded him out. He just kept going and going. That's absurd. I just have no words for it whatsoever. Peruvian White Swing, now they're in full motion here. They get that early frag. They double up. They triple up. How about that? They're looking fantastic to close out this round. They want this, and they're hungry for it. Free Sev will be alone. 1-5. No chance for you. What are you going to do? You're just going to fall in the very end. Oh, God, no. He's going to recreate history again. It's down from 1-5 to a 1-3. Surely he's going to meet his demise very soon here. He has a bomb in hand. Very little utility here, and he's snuffed away just like that. Siphon struggled for a second, but he gets it in the end. 19 on the board. 21 is going to be the magic number to look at here, as sukalamink most likely are going to be calling a pause. That double AWP setup has been so goddamn good for Peruvian White Swing. It's actually insane. I feel like Yoko has been honestly so effective with it. Always want to try to get a sniper in that man's hands. Calling a pause here. Perhaps, if nothing else, just to take a breather. You're on the brink. Well, I wouldn't say you're on the brink just yet. You're 2 rounds away from losing your map pick that you're looking so good on, and until Maz had that disgusting round, was on the verge of stealing. This could have been a 1917 game, but now we're looking at Peruvian White Swing take back the lead, and they want to extend for more here. Yoko has taken a very aggressive stance over towards Banana, and I love this. So sukalamink have a perfect read on it. As you see, they realize those early grenades haven't come out, so they know that aggression is inevitable. They end up baiting out a little more utility in the end, and in fact actually managed to get a kill onto MDS. That's a very scary player to have go down. They need to start tracking rotations over, because right now this is looking awfully good for sukalamink. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we saw Ape go for that shenanigans again over towards porch side. That could be potentially huge. Prime on the target. Siphon will drop a Molotov by his opponent's feet. He will actually try to push up. Get a little bit closer to this campfire. Flash comes through as well, and he's going to have a free day at the shooting range. Hello there. He gets 1 kill. Unfortunately, isn't able to get a lot more. His teammates chime in for a couple of frags of their own as well. Comic's still alive as he pushes out through library. Isn't ready for the double back from the CTs. Siphon alone on site here. Needs to go massive, and he's doing just that. He picks up a double. He nearly triples up, but unfortunately has problems closing things out. 1 versus 1 at the end of things here. UAEB versus Yoko. They haven't had the most crazy performances. Yoko has had his moments with the AWP, but having to retake and in a one-on-one here, it's kind of hard to say it favors them. UAEB fakes a bomb plant the first time here. Does he go for seconds here? Indeed he does! This time he goes for the peaks. It's a wide swing. The Peruvian special onto the people who have that name, as they make it 19-19. Again, the magic number is 21 to look forward to. I know it's supposed to be Bo, but I don't know. UAB, I just want to be sure. Is it Bo? I'm pretty sure it's Bo, right? I don't know, man. Yoko. Does he want... Oh my god, he actually wants to push us over towards banana. This could be scary. Actually, let me know, is it UAEB or is it Bo? I'm pretty sure it's Bo, but I'll do that for map 3 if I learn. Right now, I wanted to make sure I did. Okay, it is Bo. I knew it. I knew it. I just call him Boomer? Hell yeah, I can do that. You know, I never like people that had backwards nicknames unless I like capitalize the last letter. That way you have like some sort of indication that it's supposed to be backwards, like Ethan. Oh, Ape. He actually spots a player. He's going for, again, those up top towards porch shenanigans here. Siphon, yeah, he's ready for it, though. He's pre-aiming this area. I gave so much flack to Siphon a little bit earlier for actually missing when he was on porch, but he has been disgustingly good for his team. He's sitting at 38 kills right now. Unbelievable stuff from him. Tied with MDS, and in fact, he's going to go ahead, overtake him as well as he makes it 39. 2 versus 2 at the end of things, but the T's have cracked open the bomb site and in fact have secured the round almost entirely here as Yoko, no chance. No chance for them whatsoever here. Peruvian White Swing. They are struggling now. Again, 21 is a magic number here. I believe if we see... Wait, is it 20? Oh my god, it's 22, not 21. I'm a dumbass. Sorry, 21. If we saw things tied up at 21, then we will see triple overtime. But this is reminding me a lot of the first time these two teams met, because I believe the first map went to triple overtime, or might have been double overtime, but I mean, it's just another day in the office for them, it seems. Tripled up over at the bomb site. It will be sukalamink. Watch through. Ooh, Yoko. Playing with fire there, nearly loses his life. Aggressive banana control being taken. Lassu's good on 1, good on 2. Can't quite make it 3, but he's doing fantastic for his team. That's why I keep the camera on Lassu, is what they say. I'm starting to get convinced. That is a absolutely massive entry kill over towards banana. They've given it up completely after the fact, but not without making their presence known, marking their territory with blood. 3 on 4. This is going to require a massive play from the T's if they want to drag themselves back into this one, or they're going to be staring down the barrel, which it seemed like Siphon was doing just that. Loses his life to Dexus. 2 on 4. Maz and MDS. The 2 M's. And MDS, no chance. Doesn't win the duel. It'll be Maz left alone. Struggles to find the first one on Dexus, but cleans it up in the end. It's not pretty, but it gets the job done. And same story with Ape. 21-19. This is only map 1 of a best of 5 series. I mean, we are going to be here for a long time if every map goes like this. Both teams will go ahead and talk about things. Peruvian White Swing on the brink of dropping this map. Again, this map has just gone back and forth so many times between who is favoring. But sukalamink have woken up a little more. Woken up. Excuse me. And that could be a changing of the seasons for them. 35 kills for Dexus. Unbelievable. Actually unbelievable. Siphon's on 39, MDS on 38. That's actually crazy. So many insane performances here has led them to this point. They just need to make one more final push, sukalamink. In their favor to do it. Had a flawless run of form these past couple of rounds. Who's to say they can't do it again? Early apartments control being taken. Dexter says, please give him a huge suwu. Alright, I got you, man.
Yo, shout out to Bo.
I got you, Alex. That's like my stereotypical manly voice. I got you. Yo, man. Maz. Oh my god, Maz is a little bit struggling to actually push out towards the balcony, but gets a nice kill. And in fact, it's just a ton of entries like that. And a bomb down. Peruvian wide swing. Inch them out. Another round here. Oh, that's a rough. That's rough. UAE, or Bo, excuse me. Not UAB. Bo eats a grenade to the head. Down on 20 health. But Peruvian wide swing just kind of cleaned them up. They haven't dropped a single player yet, and they don't want to look. They don't want to do it whatsoever here. If we see this kind of Peruvian wide swing in the final round of double overtime here, we will most likely be seeing triple overtime here. Sukamalink have one more chance to close things out here. This has been an intense game so far. Siphon's on 41 kills now. But I really feel like Maz has been the one that has been making his name known a lot recently. Again, that 4K hold that he had, you know, that double entry that he got last round, really has had a lot of power plays. Oh, same thing with Free Sev though. Was that through the smoke or was that a one-way? I'm not exactly sure, but either way, it takes care of the man I was just shouting out. That's a Subu nade right there. 4 and 5. Peruvian wide swing immediately slow things down. Entry in towards B. They will be setting up with Molotovs. All the works here as the cavalry arrives. Siphon drops the smoke by his feet, but I think it might be the end of the line. Sukamalink have every possible sightline that they could want here, and this could work out perfectly. They actually take the bomb site. Surprisingly, the smokes are good enough. I'm surprised the spam wasn't there. It's a 4 versus 4, made into a 4-on-3, just like that. Speak too soon, and you will get your face blown off, it seems. MDS is only on a single point of health as well, and it's looking worse and worse by the moment for Peruvian wide swing. They have that bomb planted, excuse me, but a 4-on-3 is such a tough situation to be in, not made much sweeter by the fact that they drop another player. It's going to have to be do or die for them, and it looks like it's going to be die, as Sukamalink will take map number 2, their map pick. They don't struggle on it whatsoever, and that is a Subu for that one. I will tell you. What a fashion to close things out there. Fantastic performance from so many different people there. Definitely want to take a nice little look at the stats page after that one, excuse me. But until then, Sukamalink have officially evened things up in this series here. That one map advantage that Peruvian wide swing had heading into this game has, well, pretty much completely disappeared now. We are going to go ahead, toss it to a break real quick. Thank you guys so much for watching. My name is Ito. We'll be back very, very soon for map number 2, or I should say map number 3 in the ESEA Intermediate Grand Finals. We'll see you soon. And hey, if you guys want a nice free Twitch emote, you guys can use your Twitch Prime. That's always nice. We'll see you guys soon. Yo, I heard someone wanted a Q&A. I'm up to do that. We're just going to be taking a break otherwise as I like set up stat sheets and stuff. So yeah, if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. I got you. girth or length, I'm a 7x7 kind of guy. I'm not. Yeah. Sue, I got you. No. Okay, when I say girth, that means like when you actually measure around the shaft, right? That's what we're talking here. I'm not talking. I'm not saying I have a fucking perfectly square dick. All right, maybe the Q&A was a mistake. Guys or thighs? Can you expand on that question a little more? Tell me the details of what you mean. Do you like pipe or tits? Thighs, man. Dude, this guy fucks. Jeez. When did I start casting? Okay, so I originally started casting for like the actual first time because someone said I should try casting in 2016. I did it for like a month and I only casted demos. Um, and I stuck with it again for like a month because like I was basically streaming to 0 people and I didn't feel like I was getting any better. But I always said like, okay, yeah, no, I can cast if I wanted to. I wasn't very good at it. I'm still not, but you know, gotta improve somewhere. And I got back into it late 2018 when I started doing local LANs like near me who were just like running Counter-Strike tournaments. But I actually started taking it like seriously, like I'm actually trying to become a better caster and like actually try to improve on it about a month ago. So relatively recent if you talk about actually taking it seriously and trying to improve, you know? And have I ever been arrested? And if so, misdemeanor or felony? I've not been arrested yet. Luckily. I've not been arrested yet. I have gotten pulled over once. That was for... Apparently they said I ran a stop sign, but that was not true. I just... Whatever, dude. I'm precious? Aw, hey, thanks, Alex. How much Counter-Strike experience do I have? I started playing it in 2014. Honestly, I was always relatively casual about it. I just kind of played matchmaking. I peaked like global. I just never really had the time to dedicate to leagues and stuff. Hex. Okay, I say I peaked global because I was there for one game and I lost the immediate follow-up and it just took me right back out of global. I'd say I was like most steady at LEM Supreme level. Right now, I'd say I'm probably like LE level. I don't really play that much. What else? Oh yeah, so I played since 2014. I took a break for most of 2016. Or sorry, most of 2015, I should say. I just never had the time to like dedicate to leagues. Otherwise, I would have chased that shit down. I love league play. I think it's so much fun. I would love to be on the team for CS, but time just sucks, man. Makes things really hard. Maybe one day. How old am I? I am 20. 20 years old. I'm a boomer, I know, I know. I live in Arizona, which is really nice because the local Arizona scene is actually very, very nice. Lots of good CS players. Social security number, 221-223, 4468. Yep, that's definitely legit. You got me. Okay, boomer. See, I told you I'm a boomer. Tits are at. Ooh, okay. You have to say it the XQC way first off. You have to say front or back milkers. But I'd say, probably front milkers. Tits are great. What? What's your opinion on that? Do you have any hot takes for me? Front milker. Hey, courtesy of XCC, you know? Alright. Sorry for the wait, guys. For some reason, it looks like the GoTV. You should pull up your cam. Maybe a little suwu. I could bring it up for in between games, I suppose. It's like really hot in my room though, so I don't know, dude. Just my opinion. Oh, yeah, of course, dude. Give me a sec. Gotta configure it. Alright, what up? I got you. Alright, you see me? I'm in the bottom right here. I didn't really have time to set it up, but anyway, I'm just trying to set up for map number 3 right now, but GoTV seems to be a little bit broke. You thought you were... No, I'm not. It's quite the opposite. I can't say I really get that one a lot. Alright, map 2 is live. Or GoTV is. You guys have any other questions for your incredible pale wonder? Who do you think the best player on wide swing is? MDS, dude. He's insane. Otherwise, Siphon. Well, yeah, no, I'd say Siphon. Siphon's really good as well. MDS and Siphon are both really good. Siphon just had a really good map 1, but there are some moments where he is just doing some like weird things, and I feel like he got into some strange scenarios. But like when it comes like consistently, dude, met him at DreamHack, really, dude, he found gold. He's incredible. Absolutely, just phenomenal. Now, if you want to ask me who the best player in sukalamink is, that's a harder question because I think they have some pretty cool players on their team as well. I just realized that, oops, I didn't mean to put up this player highlight yet. Define sukalamink. Well, you know. Urban Dictionary helped me find out what that was just now. Look, I've casted a team called Nice Fucking Shirt. I don't think really anything's off the charts here. But if I can define it, it's Sicilian for getting your dick sucked or someone else drinking the milk from your balls. The more you know. Yep, someone clipped that. I fucking knew it. Y'all are motherfuckers, dude. Dude, I wasn't expecting to turn on my camera today, dude. I wore like this super baggy t-shirt because it was just like fully lounge kind of day, and well, here I am having to fucking become a camera Andy. Not pretty enough. I want to make a player highlight, but I might not have time. Okay, down yourself. Oh, hey, thanks. You guys are sweet. What happens when Celine plays matches? This is actually probably the most inferior version of this song, but it's copyright free. Okay, never mind. I forgot the vocals are actually pretty sick. And bam, there we are. Feel like Ito decorate. Everyone's got a trim, dude. That's just good manners. This is bed made or not made? Oh shit, I just turned off my monitor. It's actually, okay, well, it's not made because I don't have like a typical blanket. I just use like a sheet for my blanket because it's too hot in Arizona. Can I I'll turn off the Christian mingle music. Fucking hell, dude. Oh my lord. You guys are fun. Look, man, it's copyright free. That's the only reason why I'm doing this, man. You think I like turn off the stream and I'm like, damn, you know what I can listen to right now? Some Monster Cat matches acoustic version. No. Let's go ahead and get into the game, why don't we? This is actually more of a weep song. I like it, but well, that was a fun break. Probably the most fun I've had during a break like this. But all good things must come to an end, even if it's just for a while. I'm sure we'll see you guys very, very soon. But map number 3 is going to be underway. It's going to be Peruvian Wide Swing and sukalamink. And despite Peruvian Wide Swing starting off with a 1-0 advantage because it came from the upper bracket, unfortunately it's just gone completely away as Peruvian Wide Swing dropped the enemy map pick. And who do I think is going to win it all, Prodcraft? Okay. If Peruvian Wide Swing win Overpass, they win the series, in my opinion. But if sukalamink win this, I think they're going to win the series. So it really all depends on who wins this map. And right now, it's looking pretty good for MDS as he spotted one player, and they're actually not going to choose to collapse around it, rest of sukalamink. They're just going to go ahead to sukalamink, excuse me, sukamalek. How could I say something so silly? Sukalamink is actually want to rotate over to the B-bomb site. Instead, they have plenty of utility to work with here, so that's the least of their troubles. The real problem is winning some of these gunfights here. The Claws are a bit hard to work with at long ranges like that. We've seen their moments of glory, though, respectively, and they might not be out of it all just yet. Bomb will get planted over towards the B-bomb site, and the flash will go in right behind it in favor of Comic. But now he just has to dance around the site here. He's dancing with death, though, unfortunately, as the CTs come out on top of every duel that they could possibly hope for here, and they're only looking better with time. Their defense just falls like a moment, or in a moment's notice. sukalamink. That hold aged well like fine wine. It shows that you can take things slow, and it'll still work out perfectly in your favor here. As they make it 1-0, the CTs keep up that strong sense of confidence and form that they had coming from Inferno, keeping it on Overpass. Both teams will choose to force up into this one, though, and this is a good move from Peruvian Wide Swing, especially since they got the bomb down. If they can break sukalamink here, they essentially effectively have even economy here. If they can win this round here, they will break sukalamink right back, tie things up 1-1, and in fact, maybe even do better. They can also get an M4 in their hands potentially here. Dexus drops immediately at B. Flying a bit too close to the sun, that's what happens when you play with matches. Oh, god damn it, I said that song name. A little bit scary for them, and it hasn't worked out too well. As Dexus drops, retrieving the M4 will be Lasu. Actually, no, excuse me, it'll be Bo. We'll go ahead and upgrade. Maz is still prodding over at B, but the rest of his team is at the opposing site, the A-bomb site, where Ape will wait. Free Sev as well with a FAMAS in hand here. One of these two are going to have to win duels. You can find out the usual suspects for where these players are going to be located, but MDS looks away just as Ape, I believe, peeks him. They're playing this so slow, Peruvian White Swing. They're waiting for that bomb to come fully in towards the A-bomb site and rotate their way over. First point of contact will be MDS onto Ape, excuse me, and he actually wins the duel, winning every single duel. The CTs fall one by one. The two players left alive will be the ones that retrieve those M4s after they bought into this one. But just like that, it's going to be a done deal, as Peruvian White Swing immediately here are going to go ahead, even things up, while the CTs remain with their guns. And really, that's just exactly what the new kind of economy gets you. Even if the CTs win that first pistol round, the Ts pretty much have no problem buying into the next, because they will have the money. And, well, that's unfortunately what just happens sometimes. That's just kind of the way of the land. They don't even cause any economic damage to Peruvian White Swing either. They don't even drop any of these Galils that the Ts had to work with, so that's going to give them some pretty strong firepower for this next round as well. Considering sukalamink, they're not going to really have a lot to work with. I wouldn't be surprised if they straight up have a $0 investment into this one. Really, there's almost no reason to justify something like that. They go for a few upgrade pistols, actually choosing to force into this one. So full armors across the board. Bo signals to his teammate to hide somewhere safe. That's Lasso holding a nice off angle. Checking the players all around. Peruvian White Swing take it slow over towards mid. No one over towards playground just yet. They seem to be wanting to take a different approach to things as Mass finds one. B anchoring has been very solid for Peruvian White Swing so far, though. Has completely zoned sukalamink out from trying to go for any aggressive flanks, and that might be what the doctor ordered, to go ahead and put the series right back in your favor, because that advantage has whittled away, just like Lasu's chance of surviving, unfortunately, as he drops at the very end of things. Now it's a 2 versus 3. Good amount of damage done to the T side, but not enough to write home about here. Free Seb makes it a little sweeter, though. He actually drops another gun. That's Maz dropping. Ape will rotate to join his comrade in arms, as they might want to pick up a rifle for the road. But the road might meet its end right here, as the T's choose to get the bomb down at the A-bomb site here. Ape playing around the smoke here might get caught out. Unfortunately, Siphon doesn't spot it, and Comic will fall victim. Just like that, this round has fallen apart in a moment's notice. What was that shot from Ape? That is unbelievable. Hits it perfectly onto Siphon and takes him out. No problem for the man.
Bomb has been defused.
It's another round for sukalamink, as that's the fourth round that seemed to work out perfectly in their favor. That was a round that I really could not have expected them to win, but here I am getting surprised. sukalamink did win Inferno 22-20. It was a close one. Both teams will now have a chance to force up into this one here. The miraculous deagle buy around those 2 M4s seemed to be a perfect remedy for the problem that was the terrorists. Oh, perfect flash in from Dexus. Spots a little bit of information, but doesn't want to give up his life nor his utility just yet. So he will back off around Dildo. And Yoko falls. First faces him, but Dexus will quickly trade it out. Avenge his teammate in arms here. Siphon is going to be next on the chopping block most likely here, as everyone just seems to fall one by one. I don't know why there's a sudden camera shot playing. Bo and Ape alone, as Yoko things even sweeter for his team. It'll be Bo with the auto shotgun. Actually now switches over to Deagle. He might have a better chance at doing it, but it's still not enough to secure them the round. Right back at them. Peruvian White Swing even things up. Now it's 2-2. And now the money is starting to run low for sukalamink here. Just because they've traded rounds back and forth for so long, they're going to be again forced onto pistols. All the T's, all things considered, just because they get so much money, they're actually looking relatively healthy. It's a bit of a scary situation for them, but surely this round has to favor sukalamink, or favor Peruvian White Swing, I should say. Actually, the complete opposite team. Dexus doesn't take any early fights, and it seems none of the CTs will either. They're going to go ahead and try to take water control, but all the action is happening over towards pit. They drop a player immediately. That is it. Bomb planted, and again, like that, they already might be out of this round unless something miraculous can happen. And again, miracles don't seem to happen often, and when they do, it only comes in the form of individual plays. Ape will save, as they call it a day. He just wants to save this Deagle, does he, Ape? He knows he knows he has no chance at this 1-on-5. I'm surprised he doesn't want to extend a little bit further to take a gun out of the hands of Peruvian White Swing, but the Ape will be sated for now. No one goes up to the bomb. Ape extends a little further. Doesn't spot. PWS play this so safe. I love it. Because now their money is going to be in such a healthy state since they didn't drop an entire they didn't drop a single player in that entire ordeal. It's so hard to say things apparently. They will look just prime, just fine. Free 7-8 will take it over towards mid. Again, they're forced onto pistols here. Not exactly a pretty sight. And there's actually no one to greet them either. They're going for a very interesting bathrooms stack. This is not something you see very often, but I like it. Peruvian White Swing might not be able to bask in its glory. Or maybe they will oblige him at the last moment. MTS with the bomb in hand seems to be having second thoughts about where he wants to go. And so do the rest of the T's. Apparently, they might have just walked perfectly into the trap that sukalamink have set. Syphon makes a little bit of noise by scoping over the Krieg. sukalamink might have an idea, and if they don't know now, then they surely do. That flash actually doesn't do anything, Syphon, but I appreciate the thought that you're going for there. Double stack on top of bathrooms yields them a kill here. It bears some of the fruits that the CTs need as they desperately rotate over to the B site. And just like that, unfortunately, the CTs didn't try to capitalize on that whatsoever. Wow! Oh, that is unfortunate for Comic. That sucks. 3 versus 5, but I mean, the CTs are kind of zoned out of this one. It's going to be hard for them to drag. Oh my god, what are they doing? Why did Syphon drop there? Why was he trying to push into there? This has actually become very much possible from sukalamink. Now they have guns to work with. What is this? That's a good nade. Sure, it dunks on top of them, but they need to get some kills where that came from. Because 2 versus 4? This is kind of scary. MDS finally drags him back to reality for a little while longer. Yoko, oh my lord, no, he drops! The UMP comes out in favor, and they just steal that round away. That was absolutely a round that you should never, ever kind of give up in a scenario like that. You had so many chances to get away with that round in a much safer fashion, but they're all thrown away. Peruvian White Swing, there's so many different things that they could have done. Once they spot that one player over towards bathroom, there's a variety of things that they could have done from there. They could have tried booking it to the A site if they felt really risky. They could have tried taking the fights over towards bathrooms if they also felt super risky. But, I mean, they could have just bum rushed it over towards B. They seem to be super hesitant about it, and it ended up costing them their life. Hesitant about that bomb plant, Syphon pushing up, and losing his life super quickly at the hands of that CZ. Like, that is just not how you play an eco round. Full eco, no investment except for one CZ. I believe there's also some 5.7s on the board as well. But still, yeah, almost minimal investment. That bathroom stack, that was lethal. I love it. Haven't seen a bathroom stacked like that since Dr. Disrespect went in one and filmed it. Flashes and smokes in over towards B. Here comes the falls. The T's will have to deal with it alone, but it's Free Sev to deal with them. Deal with the cavalry as they all fall one by one. The cavalry, it was here, but it wasn't doing what they wanted. They fall. sukalamink get 4. Take back that lead as they're looking fine and prime. We'll see a pause come through. Peruvian white swing. Lots to think about here. They have one more good gun round in them. I mean, that was a gun round right there, and it was not impressive. I don't really know about this one. I feel like there's so much potential over towards the A bomb site in particular. Do I smoke that loud back? I do not. I do not. So woo! Pistols up for Peruvian wide swing. That will be their artillery to work with here. It's not perfect, but it's going to have to be something that they make lemonade out of. These lemons right here. Or perhaps it will just be as rotten as their past couple of rounds. Yoko wants to bring things over towards bathrooms, leading the charge. Flash. And a push on through. But now, silence again. Bo is playing passive on the A-bomb site. They still have plenty of utility. They haven't had to expend any of it, any of the CTs. Bo, on his next jump peak, should be spotting someone, and actually he might have spotted it right there. Now he knows. He's just going to go ahead, toss a nade right out on, well, behind them. If they were still a little bit further behind, that would have been gorgeous, but it doesn't seem to end up the way they would hope. Ape and Bo will deal with this push alone. The cavalry is quiet. They still get the kills they need. Ape, surprisingly, he like stops mid-spray, but he still gets a kill. Confirms it. 3 on 3. Bomb is down, but this is already a pretty fruitful round for the T's. I'm not sure if they can find much more out of this one, though. But Maz is gifted a chance right there. Just peeking out. Last suit drops. They're going to stick the bomb, though, but he's just still sitting on it. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Free Sev. He comes out on top of it, but not without so much economic damage being done to sukalamink. Again, they win that round, but there's a lot of question marks and a lot of asterisks surrounding it. It's just, I don't know. I wasn't really sold on Bo's position, first off. I feel like he took those fights a bit too aggressively over towards barrels. It's something you look back on and you're like, damn, maybe I shouldn't have done that, but really, it's, yeah, it happens to the best of us. They're the ones playing in the intermediate grand finals, not me. You see 3 players going over towards B for sukalamink this time around. Cool adjustment. As you see, Free Sev has dedicated towards the site as well. He's not even playing a rotator position like over towards heaven or anything like that. He's noticed that the bomb is in the hands of MDS. He'll be rotating to join his teammates over towards long. Siphon has now made his way over towards bathrooms. Ape is watching the angle over towards long. Bo is doing about the same thing that he was doing last round. This time he's not going for jump spots, though. He doesn't want to see where short is, lest he loses life. But Maz is an everlasting B anchor, holding down the fort. MDS and Siphon. Well, one of the two will be the first faces here. MDS sets up for a nice smoke for his teammates. Over towards Bank and CT respectively. That will alert Bank that something will be going horribly wrong here if he doesn't try getting some kills soon. Ape desperately trying to peep and peek over the smoke. But MDS finds the first. Potential start of a torrent of frags here. Siphon is in a potentially interesting position. Drops the Molotov by his feet. Forces a smoke out of the CT. Actually, wait, no, that was a T smoke. I don't know why they tossed that smoke out, but because of that, Siphon's position is just practically give it up, just like that. This post plant, though, seems to be working out in their favor nonetheless as they stack up for them one by one. And just like that, Peruvian wide swing pick up another round. I was a little confused on, I mean, I feel like Siphon didn't need to drop there. in a perfect world. But, you know, it happens, I suppose. Peruvian White Wings still get the round on the board, and they still have a pretty healthy amount of money to work with, so that isn't really their issue. Again, 3 players over towards B. This time with pistols, though, so it's a lot less, well, impressive. FreeSev finds a kill with that AWP that was saved from last time. But, I mean, just like that, it's kind of a done deal. 2 on 4? What can you do? Bo is pushing up. Yoko, I feel like timing won't be in his favor, and he'll like look away at just the wrong moment or something like that. Okay, Bo actually just chooses to get that AK. So, I mean, not too bad from sukalamink. They drop a player and pick up a gun because of it. So, they're kind of getting their money's worth, if nothing else. They didn't invest too much into this, but they're not going to get much more than a single gun out of it. And that's fine, really. It's not too bad. We'll be perfectly fine taking those guns and maybe just talking about things, because now that Peruvian White Wing have effectively evened things up, this is going to be kind of a turning point in the game. This next round could decide a lot here. Most likely not this one, but if not this, then the round after, because the money is really, really low for sukalamink. Last time we saw them force up around 2 guns, they managed to actually squeak out the round win. I can't count them out of it just yet, but they aren't looking exactly, I guess, primed to do it. All starts with a single gun, a single frag, single something. Perhaps Lasso pushing in towards water might be a good remedy for them. Unfortunately, grants them nothing. It bears no fruit. Bo will back up his AK in hand. Here's a player who's playing over towards A, has made his way over towards B instead. Peruvian White Wing. They actually, wait, when did they drop a player? I didn't even notice that. They dropped a player? When did FreeSev get that kill? He actually makes things perfect for Peruvian White Wing. I'm starting to get some deja vu based off of this. Now they have to be careful. Their next steps might be their last here. They have to tread on very thin ice here as they push in. And, well, that's what happens if you start treading too loudly here. Ape will take you out immediately, 5 versus 3. And Peruvian White Wing are crumbling one by one. They have not had any favorable gunfights. They haven't even done pretty much any damage onto sukalamink either. They're looking for a changing of the seasons here. But with bomb down, it's not in their favor whatsoever. The only silver lining they have is that, you know, sukalamink don't exactly have a ton of guns, but they have all the great positions as Bo whittles away one. Finally, Siphon will strike back with a kill, avenge his teammate, but now sukalamink can start to collapse around this. MDS is in a very dangerous spot right now. They deny the bomb plant from going down early, allowing more time for the CTs to get in. They go for a standard boost. MDS drops just like that, and so does Siphon. It's another force round that is just so perfect for sukalamink as they make it 6-5, take back the lead. And I have to say, I'm starting to get convinced by sukalamink. I almost feel like they're having better fortune on these eco rounds, or these force-up rounds, I should say, than they are full buys. They just, I don't know, they just do so well at taking some of these gunfights that they really need to win. Ooh, Bo is going to be jumping up on top, watching along alone, expecting something fast and quick from Peruvian White Wing. However, they're over towards B, not A, so he will be unfortunately missing out on some of the action. Lasso, FreeSev, and Dexus. All faces, all will fall one by one. What is that? Lasso is massive. Dexus is as well. Takes down every single eco frag. Just padding his stats, it feels like, at this point. And it's not made much better because MDS has almost no chance, almost zero chance, as he falls as well. The 2 players combined to ace the team together as sukalamink sit at 7-5. On the verge of winning this half as well. A similar story to what we saw in Inferno. And a pause will come through. Suppose now's as good a time as ever to think about things for a moment. Peruvian White Wing, again, their money, it's hurting. Siphon could perhaps drop Maz, who's actually topping the scoreboard for everyone in the server. 12 and 8. A big step up than what we saw in Inferno, even though Maz still had his moments there. And it looks like a nade stack is going to be the order for Peruvian White Swing. Sukalamink are looking very healthy, though. They have a considerable amount of money in their pockets as well, so even if they lose this round in a devastating fashion, they'll still be fine for another. And it's starting to reach the late round, or the late, I guess, side of this half. It's kind of do or die for Peruvian White Swing now. This might not be the round to do it, but in coming rounds, this next round in particular, it's going to be probably the biggest one. They forced up pistols, not really much else. Peruvian White Swing. Ape chips away, takes down one, no problem for him. Double tap to death. Response shot comes out. Bo will back up though. Doesn't want to take fights that he feels are even the slightest bit risky. That's Ape's job, it seems. He's essentially forced Peruvian Wide Swing away. Over towards B. And thing is, this is just so telegraphed at this point that they can easily send rotations over. The rotation's already there, in fact. There's only 2 players who are towards A, and they managed to completely take care of Peruvian Wide Swing. Just getting this bomb down would have to be pretty impressive. But I have a feeling we're not even going to see it go that far. Maz falls. And so does the chances of Peruvian White Swing getting away with pretty much anything in this round here. Dexus just pads his stats at this moment. Siphon finally gets one on the board, though, and that's not too bad. But again, I mean, it was pretty minimal investment. Comic bought up that Galil. But I mean, it didn't really do anything. It granted them 1 kill for the cost of 1,800 bucks. Doesn't matter too much in the end, because this time both teams will be able to buy up pretty much everything they could have hoped for. Bo will be actually bringing the op over towards B, interestingly enough, while Free Sev wants to go for the long location. We see standard default positions brought out from Peruvian White Swing again. You have an anchor over towards B, and you have the rest of the players over towards long this time around, where MDS will be bringing the bomb. Free Sev will back off that position over towards long and try to assume a safer one. Still going for an aggressive peek. Perhaps punishing any aggressive positioning from Peruvian White Swing. Tags Comic down to a single point of health. That nade finishes the job that the AWP couldn't, but it still favors sukalamink perfectly fine. They don't seem to be in a scary position whatsoever here. Almost 0 utility used to take long. Means that they have a lot to use as they try to take the bomb site. Maz will rotate him through blue. Still watch his back, though, as they might want to do a last-ditch effort over towards B bomb site. Still plenty of time to play with here. Time is the least of their issues. I'm not exactly certain what their best course of action is. If they had the information I did, I would theoretically say it's probably best to just go A. But the double AWPs are scary in its own right. They have the smokes to deal with it. They're aware of it. Smokes will go through. And the rotates were a bit too preemptive from the CTs, but it doesn't matter because Free 7 Bo will be there perfectly to deal with the brunt of this push from the cavalry of Ts. And Free Sev, he's actually still staying alive. Siphon goes massive with a double kill into the site, but they're actually getting every single kill that they need right now. Free Sev is stuck in another 1 versus 2, finds the first, nearly going to get the second here. Unfortunately, MDS outskills him and wins that one. Takes him down. That was honestly a fantastic attempt, though, from Free Sev at the same time. He has been so goddamn good in these 1 versus 2 clutches. It's been really phenomenal at isolating the picks that he needs. Because of that, they don't struggle. 8-6, last round of the half here. Both teams going to force up every last penny into this one. And it's going to look about the same from sukalamink. They're going to take slightly more aggressive mid-control, but over towards B, it's the same story as we've seen for most of this half. Peruvian Wide Swing this time have dedicated most of their artillery and players towards it. Response grenade. Nothing. As the smoke fades, this could potentially be an in for Peruvian White Swing to set up for an execute. Volley out. Still not taking fights yet. Free Sev is going to be the player to watch here as he's stuck with that op behind the pillar. Again, being very careful on the fights that he's taking. Spam comes through and makes Lasso nearly lose his life. That nade doesn't quite land the way they would hope, but all rotates are now over for the CTs at the current moment. But they're playing this so slow, Peruvian White Swing, and it might actually come back to bite them in the end. This is now, it's just such a tough position for Peruvian White Swing to be in. The utility usage has been disciplined from both of them, in total honesty, but just does favor the CTs after the smoke clears, no pun intended. Player is yet to drop, but we might see that change very, very soon here as Free Sev is almost perfectly primed to take it, but actually loses a duel. A huge stun grenade allows Bo and Dexus, excuse me, to combine for 4 frags. And even get up to Yoko. 1 on 3, and he has to go for this. Time is not in his hands, but he's still going to try to force the issue. What? What just happened? Why was there a TK? What? What just happened? I have many questions. Sure, that was cool and good from Yoko. He had some really nice shots there, but what the hell was that TK? That absolutely should not have happened. It made that 1 versus 3 with 10 seconds won. What? Oh my lord, that is terrible. Because of that, Peruvian White Swing are going to be, I mean, just given that 7th round. That was not at all what should have happened. Unbelievable. Second half will come through. I guess both teams just don't want to talk about that one. They'll just bring things over to the next half. I still have no clue what the hell happened there. If I had some sort of replay system set up, I'd love to see, because that was a disaster, to say the very least. Again, still very well played by Yoko, but what was that TK? Oh, Lord, you got to be kicking yourself for that one. I sure as hell know Ape is. But let's see if he can go ahead and make up for it in this pistol. Now it's going to be sukalamink on the T side, rather. As Comic will now have to deal with this pushing T army. He's backed up and gotten away for free, but his time was very limited. He falls eventually. MDS is going to be the next point of contention here. None of them are winning any of their duels, and it feels like a similar situation to what we saw in this last wait, did Lasso just hit a jumping shot? He's on triple. Like how you say my S's? Thank you. It's a lisp. It's great, isn't it? Anyway, Lasso, he's on triple. Wants to go ahead and get one more, but it'll be Dexus to steal the glory. 2 of them combined for an ace yet again. As the usual suspects seem to be fully dialed in to map 3. Peruvian White Swing don't seem to have the best luck on some of these pistols. At least last time they got the bomb down, but I mean, when you're on the CT side like that, you're not really going to have a chance. Oh, Dexus. Too much for Z-Block over here. And, oh, he's not going to try to up the pace over towards B. That could have been fun. Yoko will toss a nice little complimentary nade out. Does a tiny bit of damage, but again, nothing to write home about as they drop player after player after player. And yeah, that's what we call an eco cleanup here. But, oh my god, Comic's trying to spoil the party. He finds 2 by pillar. But as he eventually falls, that will lead MDS to just want to save that scout for a rainy day. Not a bad attempt, though, from Comic, all things considered. If there was just, like, you know, a couple of teammates around him, if that play happened earlier and there's more people alive, this could have been, you know, a different round for Peruvian White Swing. But as things stand, it will be another one for sukalamink as they make it double digits. Everyone who planted the bomb stays alive in the end. Lasso and Dexus being the only ones dropping. And Peruvian White Swing since that round didn't exactly go how they would have hoped, they're not really going to be investing much into this one. It's a minimal investment, so expect a minimal reward. We'll have a player, or a couple of players go down blue, excuse me. They're just going to have a little fun party over towards connector. And free Sev, he's not invited. He gets taken out. And now up the ante for sukalamink as they just try to bring it into the B bomb site. MDS is able to find a nice kill though, quickly traded out by the taps of Lasso. And that will be bomb force down. Again, bringing up the pace once you start to find out where each of these counter terrorists are really is this kind of been the name of the game for sukalamink when they're up against eco rounds like this, and it's worked out just fine for them. It's a 3 versus 3 for this retake. Most likely not going to try to dedicate to this one. It's going to be kind of a big stretch that they actually get away with it, but Siphon has made things a little bit sweeter for his team. Last year gets a triple before he eventually falls. It's against ecoed opponents, sure, but considering how much damage they did to your team, it's not too bad. Siphon, holy hell, I cannot believe he's living through this. I mean, his time is numbered, though. He's dead probably as soon as this bomb goes off, though, just because he has only 3 HP, 0 armor. And wow, how did Siphon survive that? Nonetheless, actually get away with a kill onto Bo as well? That's actually massive for Peruvian Wide Swing. That gives them so many opportunities heading into this next round. And even if they lose this one, they could force up pistols. So there's a lot of potential for interesting setups for Peruvian Wide Swing just because they're able to save that gun. Siphon given a present just before Christmas. Perfect time indeed. Another pause will be called through. 7-11. Peruvian Wide Swing trying to make it more competitive. It's still early on in the CT half, but this is going to be Peruvian Wide Swing's first real chance to go ahead and try to even up this differential that sukalamink have started to pave. Siphon, almost pretty much everyone, excuse me, I should say, has dedicated over towards B. NDS tries to take a shot over towards mid, but as flashes go through, that most likely would try to drag some rotates over here. Comic, he's stuck in water. Oh my god, they still aren't rotating through. This could be potentially lethal and potentially scary. Free Sev is pushing up through blue. Not much to speak of there. As you see, MDS kind of all alone to deal with the initial fights. He has an AWP, one of the best weapons he could hope for while doing it. He's checking every single angle, every crack in overpass. Smoke comes through. That's going to lead to a rotate in Yoko. Now both snipers are ready, willing, and able to take some of these fights at A. All the members of sukalamink have gathered up and are ready to push in. There's it. Bo and Yoko, or excuse me, Bo and MDS will go ahead and try to start this push off well. Try to start off this hold well for their team, excuse me, but Siphon to find the first, Yoko with another, but MDS still isn't caught out, and the snipers reign supreme in this one, as Ape is now gonna be stuck in a 1 versus 4. He finds the first, no trouble, but throws out a Molotov at just the wrong time. Enough time for Maz to punish it. Peruvian Wide Swing only drop a player in that, and that is such a dominating gun round for them. That is so important for them to get, too. The fact that they drop so few guns, it's going to pay them dividends, because now sukalamink, they're forcing up. Ape just has a ton of money for some reason. I'm actually kind of surprised he has that much money. He bought a Krieg full armor, no utility though, and I kind of feel like he should have, but I mean, sukalamink have probably one of the best track records when it comes to winning these force-up rounds, so I can't even come close to counting them out of it just yet. Flash through, water control taken, Comic finds one, he falls. Bo, quickly dispatch of him. See Siphon, he's gotten away after taking down Dexus. But bomb is towards B, and I'm not sure if that was spotted. I believe it has, considering the rotates are pretty strong. As, ooh, jeez, that could have been lethal if Ape just waited one more moment before shooting. But now that sukalamink have a M4 to work with, this has become, just, you know, it's begun to become a little interesting for them. They have a lot of options for this one, sukalamink, and their best option seems to be bringing it up towards A. A bunch of different methods of arrival at the A-bomb site, but MDS isn't ready for one of them. As they try to come in through bathrooms here, they're going to go ahead and apply the pressure right onto MDS. That flash comes in perfect time, though. Keeps a man alive through the fire and the flames. He carries on. Lasso will now be alone, 1-on-4. And this is a tough scenario for him to be in. 20 seconds, time isn't in his favor either. This is most likely a done deal just like that, unless something goes horribly wrong, which it will not. 9-11, Peruvian wide swing. Not too bad. But sukalamink, that was their force-up round. They caused a little bit of a scare for Peruvian wide swing, but again, not really much to write home about. It's something that you're going to need to capitalize on when it comes to your gun rounds, which we will have another chance at here. However, this is an important gun round for them to win here. Their money is low, and it's only getting lower. It's not exactly pretty. If they don't win this one here, they might be in a very sticky situation. Comic and, Siphon over towards Water will have to deal with the brunt of this push together, and they combine! Actually, excuse me, Comic has no part in that. It's actually Siphon to do all the work. As he's on 17 kills right now, wants to make it 18. He drops a nade on top of their heads. Yoko falls. Maz chimes in with kill of his own, but hello there, Siphon makes it triple. It looked like a quad, but Comet gets his revenge for stealing all those kills. And that's another round for Peruvian wide swing as they get double digits of their own. Have nearly evened up this score margin that sukalamink have worked so hard to get. And we might see things tied up completely here. Considering pistols are now in play. Flash. Or smoke through, excuse me. A couple of flashes on the board for the T's here. Backing off will be MDS. Doesn't want to take a fight that he's most likely dancing with death here. MDS with the deagle actually makes it a second. Not too bad, all things considered. He's going to do more. Nearly finds a fourth, but eventually does fall. The deagle could only do so much. He will learn that the hard way, but I mean, really, at the end of this, really, there's not much to take. Oh, come on, you can do it, Dexus. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. Dexus doesn't even deny the op from the CTs, and again, only dropping a single player. And look, when you drop only one player in your force-up round, and that player managed to get a triple before falling, it's not exactly great news. That wasn't a very successful eco, but we know that sukalamink, they're most dangerous, well, at least on the T side, they're most dangerous on their gun rounds here. This is where things can start getting scary. Now this is one of the more important rounds, as the money isn't incredible for the T's, but they have that max loss bonus, which I can look forward to. Peruvian wide swing are much healthier though. Siphon's at over $10,000. Can easily buy a gun for a fallen comrade or two. But his teammates aren't exactly hurting too much either, with the exception of Maz, who's notable. Are they going for a boost up? Oh, Comic just spotted that perfectly. It's free information just given to them. And that can start dragging some rotations over as well from Peruvian wide swing. So really, this favors Peruvian wide swing in so many different ways. The CTs are looking good right now, but they're going to extend for a little more. If you notice, MDS is actually pushed up over towards short A. But almost all of sukalamink are in towards B. This could potentially lead to a big flank, but they'll back off and try to take these fights, or try to have the fights brought to them, I should say. Towards B will be our setting for this push here. Maz, no chance of life. Yoko will quickly trade him out, though. Playing around Pillar, Yoko is on the... Oh my goodness, he's dancing with death, but he's staying alive. Bo is now going to be alone, 1-on-4, no chance, as he falls after picking off one. And it's another gun round for Peruvian wide swing. They are looking phenomenal recently. A very different change of form, and a very welcome one if you're a fan of PWS. Definitely something I want to see more of, as well as if you look at the scoreboard, you see that Lasso's topping it for his team. Tied with Dexus at 19 frags apiece. Abe at 17, Bo only at 9, and Freesev at 13. And then if you look at the straight up numbers, Siphon is at 21 kills. He has seriously woken up this time around. I feel like Comic, who has 9 assists, he has been fantastic for his team as well. I'm impartial though, because I think Comic is really cool, and I've casted with him, and he's really excited about his team, which I really like. He's doing work for his team as they've eventually taken back the lead on Overpass here. This was the map pick of Peruvian Wide Swing, so this is the performance that you would hope for. And they are not disappointing on the CT side here. The setup is clean from the CTs as they whittle away one by one, or it all will fall down. Sukalamink, despite their best efforts, they only dropped 2 guns in the midst of that, and they retrieve the double AWP to work with. So they're in no danger again economically. That was a save round for Sukalamink. It was practically a giveaway. We've really only noticed Sukalamink outplaying Peruvian Wide Swing when it comes to those eco or force-up rounds on the CT side. Doesn't exactly seem to have the same effect when they're the aggressors. But now they have guns. It's another scenario where they could, if they wanted to, if they have the chance to, make things sweeter for your team. Jump spots will go through, and actually, surprisingly, Comic isn't able to do any damage. He actually eats a little bit of his own. Again, not much to write home about. It's still going to be a one-shot with those AKs by any means. So I can't be too worried about it. MDS is in a perfect angle to take care of one player. Dexus will have to be perfectly ready for this one. Surely he's not going to go out without a flash, though. Bo tosses one out, double scopes in, and it's a leg shot through, but he stays alive, and he can just regroup. Again, there's no reason to take these fights early here. It's done Peruvian Wide Swing so well this entire game so far, this entire half so far. Why go ahead and change the recipe if everything tastes amazing? Bo. Looks like they want to set up for A smokes here. Might be a good look for them. Jump spot in. MDS on the sniper. Flashes, smokes, all the works come through, and the cavalry will arrive right behind it. The bomb carrier is actually the first one to peek. Luckily, Ape is able to ground his team to reality here as he picks up a triple. Ape has woken up here, and there's no escape from the Ape as he makes it 3 for his team. And pretty much all but, secures this round for his team. They get the bomb down. And this is almost an impossible scenario for Peruvian Wide Swing now. They realize that they don't want to go for this. And thing is, there's almost no reason to go for it. One, it's a very unfavorable situation for, the CTs to be in. 2, they want to deny as many AWPs as they possibly can out of the hands of Sukamalink. And 3, your money is healthy, but not healthy enough to justify going for a really risky retake like that. Because Comic, he's only on 2650. They're going to be getting, what, 1400, I believe it is for that. And actually, surprisingly, Siphon's able to get another kill. That's probably the most surprising part of this. Dexus, oh my lord, he's chasing. Siphon, are you not ready? Okay, thank goodness. Well, they will be able to keep the guns and actually do a little more damage on their way out from Sukamalink. But they deny the AWPs, and that's probably the biggest thing. Because now, Peruvian Wide Swing can, put them right back into action here. Keep things interesting against the terrorist squadron. See, no one's going to be trying to go aggressive over towards mid, just backing off their positions very quickly. And MDS drops one immediately. Where was that? Oh my lord, he pushed through long? I didn't even catch that. That's unbelievable. Free Sev will chime with a kill. It's not too little too late either. There's still plenty of time to work with here. 1:20. Plus a little more. Plus some change. And Siphon, oh, that flash is not good enough to take care of Lasso as he comes out on top of that duel. Lasso has been so goddamn good for his team. Well, not good enough, it seems. He falls in the end of things. As Comic is able to get another kill on the board. 3-on-3. Neither team is really out of the woods of things just yet. It does, in my opinion, favor the T side right now because they can just all push in alone towards the site together. But MDS is ready for this. He'll pick off one for free. There's no punishment to this whatsoever. He's just going to try to bide his time for these rotates here. But they'll never come in just in time because Dexus, he's so low on HP. They have 11 HP combined. It's going to be an easy cleanup for them. No problems, no issues. And they don't need to force their hand whatsoever here. It's now Ape who's on the back foot here, as he has 4 health to work with here. And that 4 health won't find anything as Peruvian Wide Swing. They go up on 14, and they're looking incredible. Feels like some of the only rounds that sukalamink are finding are off the back of crazy plays. I think back to that round where Ape, I believe, got a 4K or a 3K entry. I mean, that was as good as done at that point. When there's no massive plays, it ends up becoming a lot harder to get these rounds together. sukalamink on the back foot, most definitely here. But they're now on the brink of losing this map entirely. Did Lasso not spot that jump peak? That's so much free information given to Siphon. He won't go for seconds, though. He's not that greedy. Oh, but they want to go ahead and try to do it to them here. Look at this. Dexus is being boosted up. I'm not sure if he spotted that player, but he will surely the second time around. Comic has as well. He's watching for it, and they will dare not peek their head one more time here. It's still 5 versus 5. No damage exchanged. And the round is still young. As we hit that minute mark, Ape will push up. Over towards sandbags for the man. When this man is on, he is on. But it's just hard for him to get to that state. Especially when all of the CTs are, echoed in on your location. You're going to have to hope for something miraculous here. The T's will have another shot at it now. It's one of their possible last gun rounds, and it starts off favorably for them. They pick up 2 immediately. Maz will strike back for 1, but no one's watching their back, and that allows Ape to go absolutely ape as he finds 1. And a 3-on-1 at that. As the AWP, the lone AWP, will just go ahead and try to save himself for a different day, a rainy day. But they're starting to run short on time and rounds. Peruvian Wide Swing, they need to close this map out. Because now this will be 13 for sukalamink. If they win this follow-up round, which, I mean, considering the money has started to, run out, the money well has started to dry up, it's possibly a reality here. It's not going to be pretty, but they will be able to put a buy together. Siphon and MDS have done fantastic work for their team with a very notable footnote to Maz as well, who's 3rd on the leaderboard. 20 kills for the man. Pretty similar fracking potential across both teams here. The game couldn't be much closer, and we're seeing it to a T right here. MDS will force up a single AWP, but otherwise they're not exactly forcing much into this whatsoever. The AWP was safe from last round, so definitely trying to recycle as much as they can. Oh my god, this position from Dexus? Oh lord, that is so unfortunate. MDS drops, and that's most likely the round done and dust just like that. There's almost 0 opportunity for them to get into this round, especially made a lot more bitter as Comic loses that duel with MX7. And yeah, that's it. No more. Wow, they actually didn't retrieve the op? That's huge. sukalamink give up an op like that, and, well, because of that, it gives them a little bit of a silver lining, I suppose, to take out of this one. Even if you can't find the kills, you can sure as hell find the rifles that you need. Find the snipers that you need. Peruvian Wide Swing. Now's the time to talk about things. Yoko, okay, he could probably go for more aggressive exit than this, and he's going to be granted it. There you are. Dexus flies a bit too close to the sun, and he burns up. Yoko might be in his best interest just to toss this gun over to Maz and then just try to go for a second. Oh my lord, that is brutal. Lasso and Freesev combine to take down both members. And that will be sukalamink evening things up on Overpass. Very late game here. We're starting to reach the end of the line for both teams. And Siphon does so much damage, nearly triples up. Unfortunately, that op will fall, and that makes things so much harder for Peruvian Wide Swing, because that could have been a gun drop for Yoko, and a lot of utility for the man too, but now they're going to have to force up the scraps. It's not going to look pretty. As you see, Comic has had to force out a FAMAS. 11 assists for him. He can't seem to finish up a kill, but he can sure as hell start them. 4 players at B. That's the order. And the recipe, hopefully, for success for Peruvian Wide Swing. Lasso and Dexus will again trying to be going for this, or try to go for this boost, I should say. Comic, he's not ready for it though, and unfortunately they lose their life. FreeSev picks up another, and now we're staring down the barrel of match point for sukalamink here. They are almost primed to seal away the map pick of Peruvian Wide Swing. It's going to require something fantastic, miraculous, and outstanding from Peruvian Wide Swing if they want to put their way back into this round, put their way back into this game. Because right now, sukalamink are looking almost perfect to take it. You can't count on that sort of thing. And especially made much worse. Dexus will drop, and Comic falls soon. Excuse me. Dexus will drop what's his name, Maz. And Comic soon after. MDS, time to talk about things. He'll just save in playground, go over towards T-spawn, and oh my god, he actually might lose his life to Bow. It's this bad news bears for them. They don't keep any guns. 15-14, sukalamink are down, are just one round away from taking the lead in this best of 5 series, making it 2-1. And considering Peruvian Wide Swing, they started with a map advantage. They have been quiet. Sure, they made things competitive on Inferno. 20-22 loss in the end. But Overpass, it's their map pick, but it seems to be slipping out of their hands as time goes by. They have one more shot, and it's not going to be a pretty one. Max 7s, MP9s, and a Deagle on Maz. 2 kits, and a chunk of utility. Meanwhile, sukalamink, they're sitting pretty here. They have so much money to speak of. It's incredible. Possibly the end of the line for Peruvian Wide Swing on map number 3 here, as they would have to go flawless from here on out if they want to win intermediate, but they're not looking in a fantastic place right now, and it's not going to be much better on round number 30 either. They drop another player. MDS will try to strike with a kill of his own, but he doesn't know where the players are towards water. Luckily, Comic actually is able to find one kill, a double one as well. Maz has actually picked up one with a Deagle as well. They're just getting all the kills they need right now. FreeSev grounds them to reality just a little bit here. Comic tries to play hero, but he falls. He's found his kryptonite. 2-on-2. FreeSev dangerously low on health, and Bo, he's the healthiest in the server. This has become scary. Peruvian Wide Swing might have just found an in back into this game here in the form of these massive plays by Comic. Maz finds another one. It's FreeSev alone. He's been the master of clutches, but I don't think he has a real strong chance in this one here. 3 health is not much to write home about. He'll make one player burn alive, but that gives plenty of time for Yoko to start wrapping around here. FreeSev, he's going to need to get a quad kill here to close things out. He's looking good to do it, though, but he has no idea on where this last CT is. This everlasting question mark. And FreeSev, a lot to deal with here. A lot on the line. Time not exactly in his favor in a confident sort of way. He's careful not to die to fall damage. Better than we can say for some events. He'll double and go to A instead. Yoko, he's expecting to be pusho. Oh, he has no clue. This is so good from Sev. He's playing this to a T. Absolutely fantastic. He's going to secure that bomb plant. He has 3 health to do it with if he can get away with this clutch and if he can put his team up 2-1 in this series. That would be massive. He has every tool in the bank to work with here, including the element of surprise. Yoko has no clue. Sev, he can just perfectly line up, get into the perfect post-plant situation, and really, Yoko would be none the wiser to it. Yoko taps the bomb. FreeSev. Oh my god, is he not going to peek it? Oh my god, no! Yoko gets away with it! Oh, that is terrible! You would have thought that he did so well to get to that point in the first place that he was going to go ahead and just watch the bomb, expecting some sort of balls to the wall moment like that. But Yoko, no fear, absolutely runs away with it. We're going to overtime for a second map in a row now. This could not have been a closer series. We're seeing a game and a half right here. Unbelievable. Yoko, he doesn't have to get the kill. All he has to do is press E on that bomb. And it does the job just fine to bring Peruvian to 15. But there's still a long way to go here. It took a long time for Peruvian wide swing to even get to this place. They struggled so much in those last couple of rounds, and they're not out of the woods just yet. But luckily, there is a light at the end of this tunnel coming up very soon. 19 is going to be the magic number to look for. Once, one team gets a 19, they will take the map. But until then, it is a bit up in the air. Both teams put up even halves. 8-7 apiece. My lord, was that a crazy clutch from Yoko. And not to mention a crazy clutch and a good attempt from Freesev as well. I just feel like he should have peeked that. That's unfortunate that he didn't in time. That was such a winnable situation. He did so much work, though. All things considered. Both teams will talk about things for a moment. We saw them just practically rush into the second half of both maps here. But as soon as overtime comes around, they start thinking. Last time, we saw it go to double overtime. Sukalamink coming out on top. But I'm not sure if we can see the same thing this time around. This is a map pick of Peruvian White Swing again. Some incredible heroics from many different players. I want to give a huge up to Siphon in particular. 25 frags. Highest on the team by margin of 3. But I feel like Comic has also really stepped up massively for his team. He had plenty of assists to speak of. I believe he was like at, 10 or 11? Something like that. I think at one point he had more assists than he had actual kills. That's crazy. As for the side of sukalamink, I have a hard time saying that name. He's, every player's had their moments as well, moments of glory. I need to motivate Dexus. Give him a big sucky suwoo. Okay. Sucky wucky suwoo, ooh woo! How's that? Was that good? I think that was good. I liked it personally. This series is absolutely going the distance right now. You'll send him in now? Alright, cool. Perfect. Let me know what he thinks, please. This is absolutely crazy. Every single game has gone the distance so far. Thing is, we have another potential 2 maps. I mean, this is crazy. Texas, you good, dude? You're shaking. Aw, he's shaking with anticipation. Look at that, Sue. He's motivated. Sir, I think that's drugs. No, I'm joking. We don't do ADDI tests on ESEA. Another chance, another day, another attempt for both teams to take back this lead here. Again, 19 is the number that we have to look for. And if we get tied up at 18-18, then we're looking at double overtime. But again, can't count your chickens before they hatch here. You see a single op is brought into play for a Peruvian wide swing. It's on MDS. Sukalamink, they want to check things early towards A, or towards mid, I should say. And I think MDS is aware of it. Last time he tried peeking super aggressively out towards mid, it ended up leading to his team's demise. Maybe he's learned his lesson, and he'll choose to back. Molly out. MDS still not phased by it. Will hold his ground. Smoke out bathroom as well. All in a day's work for an offer. Yet to take a shot, but it's not needed yet. Scared the tees off while I have the chance, excuse me. Bomb? Oh my lord, what was that nade? Just landed right on Yoko's head. He's down to 24, and now he becomes a big liability for his team. He hasn't had the loudest game, but he stepped up in really clutch moments, like the round that we saw to bring it to overtime in the first place. But I'm still scared. He's still an asterisk in this round here. Comic, why did he just give away his position like that? That nade just practically gave the kill to Ape, and Freesev will capitalize on it. Pick up another. Luckily, Siphon will ground things to reality just a little bit. It's a 2 versus 4. Not the end of the world, and not out of it just yet for Peruvian wide swing. they can still go for this. Considering that it's overtime, you're going to be making a lot of bank from every. You're going to have a lot of money in every single round here. MDS gets a kill with Op to open things up here, but there's going to need to be a little more where that came from here. 2 versus 3. Maz doesn't spot where the second one until it is too late, and MDS unfortunately doesn't hit the shot that he needs as well. So sukalamink will make it 16. Unfortunately, it's not in regulation like they would have hoped, as they pick it up a bit posthumously after regulation had already fallen. 16-15. It couldn't be closer if you thought of it. Peruvian wide swing. Still bringing out that single AWP yet again. MTS goes for a bit of a change-up, excuse me. Yawning over towards mid. That flash actually blinded everybody involved, all parties involved. However, it seems to favor MDS, at least for that first frag. It's not able to be traded out in a very convincing fashion. Maz, unfortunately, loses the gunfight as well. And the pace is just honestly so quick from the T side. It's suffocating. Peruvian wide swing really have nothing they can do against it as they get the bomb down with so much time remaining here. Comics have to go for a glory nade, and actually the spam through finishes the job onto Lasso. So maybe they do have a chance at this. It's not favorable. Both of the players having to do this retake have been the quietest in the server by a pretty decent margin, but it's made a lot louder. Yoko starts making some noises, finds the first kill. Comic, unfortunately, can't enter into the site. sukalamink not 2 rounds away from making this series 2-1. Peruvian White String are struggling. And finally, they'll bring out something that they thought of as a crutch, excuse me, for a while. You see that double AWP brought back into play. Comic and MDS will be the ones wielding them. The magic sticks. MDS, does he go for something aggressive here? That's a real question. You see Dexus has been really good at dealing with any sort of initial aggression, especially since there's no nades going through. You have to just imagine that, yeah, the CT is going to be going for something aggressive here. It's just so telegraphed from sukalamink. They're all watching for it. But Siphon will find the first. That will prompt sukalamink to start taking some mid control because they know that there's at least one player over towards B, and it's essentially it's just so much free information to give it to them. Again, they can just start immediately pushing up the A site. MDS will again have to deal with the brunt of this push. He still misses the first shot, so not much of a change of the tides here. Maz finds another one, and eventually they'll all fall. Where was that for Peruvian wide swing? I mean, we didn't see that for a lot of the CT half. Sure, sukalamink dropped the player to make it 4 versus 5, but they were hitting all the shots they need, playing around their smokes very well, and the pace doesn't seem to favor sukalamink whatsoever. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me once, shame on you. That seems to be the motto of Peruvian wide swing here. They learn from their mistakes and deal with that quick A push a lot more healthily, about as healthily and perfectly as you could have second time around. And we're just going to head right back into the swing of things as well. sukalamink are hungry. 2 rounds away while Peruvian wide swing are 3. We're staring down basically the exact same situation that we were on Inferno. These games are bringing us to the very bitter end. Single op in play for sukalamink. Kriegs in a single AK on Yoko. An early mid control taken. That's a considerable amount of damage done with those Molotovs, and a little follow-up into Playground as well is also very, very good. So now this is already a really good situation for sukalamink to be in. 17-16, and 3 of the players are now within 1-shot range of those M4s. This is kind of scary. We're seeing the usual suspect over towards B, and Maz. An Ape. Oh, I like this. I haven't seen this one for a while. But boosting up, watching bathrooms from a very safe location. However, Long is completely exposed. Bo has a smoke ready, just in case things go south. She might go very soon. Staying up for smokes. MDS still watching the back, bomb in tow. Rotate will be brought over slowly from free Sev to AWP. Ops have been absolutely massive on the A site here, and that will confirm his suspicions. The smokes ring out, so do the Molotovs, so do the flashes, and Ape will go ahead and have easy pickings of one player back off and get another one. Ape is going massive alongside Bo right now, getting all the frags they need to stunt this push, to just completely quiet down the T's from making any noise in this round of overtime as they force the hand. 20 seconds left for Peruvian White Swing as they will quickly try to rotate over to the B bomb site, and it actually might work out for them just fine here. Lasso has pushed out towards water, and they're not ready for it. The pace is so quick. They're fast on their feet, and they're fast to get the kills. sukalamink only 1 round away now from stealing this map away from Peruvian White Swing. This was their map pick, and they're struggling so hard on it. Peruvian White Swing are going to need to pull together an incredible overtime T half here to bring it to double overtime. There's no way that they can win this in a single overtime. They're going to have to bring it to double overtime at the minimum to see them extend their life on overpass, lest they will give it up. Flash out. Quick pace over towards mid. A little bit of nade damage and a little bit of peppering as well from the two. Ape backs up. Doesn't want to take that fight. Knows that's too dangerous to do. But Bo, he's still very much in play over towards blue. He's making no noise while doing it at the same time. Ape is making considerably more noise, but he's in a very dangerous position. This is over towards bathrooms, and Ape might be able to find one. Unfortunately, no, he's not ready for that Krieg shot to the dome as he loses his life and his chance to pull off another crazy amount of impact frags into this next round. FreeSev is stuck on the A site alone here. Maybe he can pull out something crazy, maybe a frag or two, but he's getting suffocated practically by these grenades. Luckily, the rotations will actually come in time, and the nades are actually fantastic from the CTs as well. Siphon and MDS combine to get kills of their own, but they're watching their backsides all the same, and the passive positions are working out just perfectly for the CT sides right now, and unfortunately, they're not winning all the duels that they need. FreeSev has gotten 3, but he falls, and it's 17 for Peruvian Wide Swing. Again, now only 1 away from making it 18-18. Again, always going to the very bitter end of these games, it feels like. It's never an easy matchup for either of these teams. You couldn't hope for a better game, and we've seen the delivering. We've seen them delivering, I should say. Smoke towards water early on. Lasso wants to push him towards water with his teammate. This aggressive water control has been very, very good and seen among both teams, really. Saw Peruvian White Swing doing the same thing with, I believe it was Comic and Siphon, but the T's come from elsewhere here. They enter into the site at a barrelingly fast pace here. Siphon eats a little bit of damage for the trouble, but they're getting every single kill that they could possibly need to just go ahead and force these CTs out of the bomb site. Abe eats a little bit of damage, giving away his position essentially, and now things become considerably harder for sukalamink as they're ever closer to making this into double overtime. Peruvian Wide Swing as Ape's position is given away. Bo, the man with nades, falls, leaving it up to Ape alone. He has an AWP to do it. He's been incredible for his team. He's at 29 kills, the highest on his team, and the highest, I believe, no, not in his on the server, but highest on his team. But this is too tall of an order, surely. Surely there's no chance. He makes it 1, though. Maybe there's some sort of chance at life here. Abe, he makes a lot of noise while doing every single one of his moves. He's a loud man, but it's a man that can try to clutch. Oh, but they're just playing with him. They're toying with this man. Time is not in his favor, and they know it as well, but they're not hitting the shots that they need. Eventually, though, they will do it. Peruvian Wide Swing keep the game alive and keep us in overtime here. This time we're going to be going to the second overtime, and my God, these games cannot go closer if they tried. Both teams are just so evenly matched right now. I'm just surprised Ape stayed alive as long as he did there. I'm like utterly shocked. I can imagine the call there was like, don't take fights or something like that. But my God, was that scary. My voice is starting to wear. Unbelievable. Short pause will come through. Dexus, talk about it. Look at the scoreboard. You see that MDS and Siphon again leading the scoreboard on overpass here. Not much of a big change as we saw from Inferno. With time the performance remains. Ape and Lasso, both on 29 kills on the opposing side. We have an even scoreline. And a relatively even kill differential as well. Kills have actually favored sukalamink, interestingly enough. By a good margin. Another round. Let's go. Bow. On Molly. Really mid-control not being taken in the same sort of sense. Oh, Ape is going to actually be boosted into a very sneaky position. This is kind of a cheeky one as well. Interesting that we're seeing it finally brought out in double OT here. I guess now's as good a time as ever. Now is the time for you to pull out all the big guns here. Sometimes literally you have two players over towards blue, one in bow, another in Ape, AWP in play. Maz is actually watching for a water push only here. Monster is still very much exposed though. These all could be potential scary moments for the T's here if they were to give up any of these positions. I'm not exactly sold on any of them. Smoke out. That's still good enough for Bo to see a little bit of information. However, he doesn't choose to take any fights here. T's will seize water control, giving them some room to play with here as they seem to want to enter into the B site. Siphon and Comic in play. It's all quiet on the Western Front right now. No players have gone down. The first will fall. That's Lasso finding the kill onto MDS. Another one onto Siphon as well. Just like that, a flurry of frags comes through, all favoring the CT side right now. Yoko actually brings a Glock to the AWP fight, it seems. Comic will be left alone in a clutch scenario here. 20 seconds to work with as well. This is a very, very tough situation for him to be in. Surely they expect a plant of some sort, but time doesn't seem to be in the favor to allow Comic to do that sort of thing. And this surely, yep, will be a free kill. sukalamink get that ever thirsty 19 that they needed. It's evaded them for so long, but finally they can claim it's theirs. Lasso hits 30. Dexus on 12 assists. 13 for Comic. Every player is really pulling their weight in their own individual ways. Bo going right back to blue, while Ape chooses to take the fight over towards mid. No more blue shenanigans for him. It didn't really bear many fruits last time we saw it. Yoko seems to want to be setting up a flash for his teammates as they begin the entry in. Lots of utility still on the board for the T's. I'm surprised they aren't being a little more thorough about this because Maz drops immediately. That's essentially like $1,300 of utility wasted just like that. And they're not winning any of the fights either. That smoke out from the CT was perfectly fine and enough to grant them all the kills that they need to snuff out this push from the T's and take care of them almost immediately. Siphon has the best chance of finding one. It doesn't even have a shot at it. Speaking of shots, nice shot from MDS to take down Lasso. He's gone massive, a triple for him. It's a 2 versus 3, and it doesn't favor Peruvian wide swing either here. We might be seeing a 20th round on the board for sukalamink at last. Molotov goes through over towards barrels to try to zone one of the CTs out, and it gets punished by MDS just fine, but it's now of 1 versus 2. Still a very tough situation for Yoko to be in. We saw him in a clutch scenario last time, but well, he doesn't even have the bomb down to try to defuse. And he won't even have a shot at it. Quick one through the smoke. Will be FreeSev coming out on top, making it 20. Now, again, only 2 rounds away for his team to take this map, steal it back. It's gone back and forth so many times. But eventually, it favors the bold. Quick B take here. It seems to be on the board for them. It's the name of their game. And FreeSev not quite ready for it. He dies to the excuse me, not dies to the flash. He's not ready for the flash, and unfortunately, he isn't able to take an aggressive gunfight either. Peruvian wide swing are winning every single duel that they possibly need to here. Finally, Bo will chime in with a kill of his own, but it's too little too late here. It's a 1-on-4, made into a 1-on-3 from Ape. But, I mean, surely, again, this is kind of done and dusted. It's kind of a very tall order, an impossible ask. There's no reason for him not to go for this. They're going to have the money no matter what here. It's really all just about denying, like, M4s or something. I mean, there's no reason not to go for it there. It just kind of fell flat on its face before it even had a chance to begin. 1920, Peruvian wide swing. Till the bitter end to keep things competitive. Straining my voice and straining their brains to come up with enough strategies to win them overpass. But it's going the distance, this one. It's going the distance and then some, really. Sukalamink don't quite get all the rounds that they wanted, but they're pretty damn close. Again, it's another scenario where Sukalamink only need 2, Peruvian need 3. We saw this in the first OT, and we got to double OT. So, I mean, hopefully one of these teams can kind of break down that dam that's been holding them back from closing out this map. Or passive positioning. Aggressive over towards blue, though. Interesting switch up from Sukalamink. Brought down into water. T's effectively sees it with no problems, no questions asked. The CTs, they're not up for any sort of interrogation, though. They won't answer any questions that the T's have about their positioning. In fact, they're going to be doing the aggressing as Siphon gets one. They're not watching for the boost, and it's perfect, excuse me. From Peruvian White Swing, get that 4 versus 5 in their favor. They've so desperately wanted, they just worked so hard for. Finally, they're starting to win some of these duels, and it's a big changing of the seasons as Yoko finds another one as well. He's searching for even more, but nearly burns up. The rotates can now be brought in from the CT side entirely here. As bomb has been dropped, so have the chances and the probability of them winning this round. Ape will have a chance to do it, but he won't be given it. MDS closes things out. 36 kills on the man. Top of the scoreboard for his team, and top in the server just barely. Ape is creeping up on him. 35 frags for him. But as we're all tied up 20-20 here, you really could not get much closer. It's unbelievable. You see that the CTs are going to be trying to go for water control. Since it was seized last time from Sukalamink, they want to go ahead and try to get their version of it. Unfortunately, it's not needed this round. Not needed in this situation here. They will all want to be going out towards Monster here. Dexus will be trying to lead the charge for his team here. Yoko might not be ready for it. He's dancing around the smoke here. Dances around Pillar, but Dexus will go ahead and do the tango with him. It's another frag going the way of the T's. Finally, response from the CTs at last. Comic is still very much on the board, though. He's getting spammed through smoke, but Siphon is going massive. He finds 4 for his team. Wakes up entirely, but still might not be enough. He gets 4 frags for his team, but no one else has stepped up. No one has stepped up to the plate. MDS here's the rotate in, coming in through blue. He's not convinced just yet, though. He might be wanting to try to double down. Bo against MDS here. Bo sitting at 21 frags, MDS 36. Just on paper, you have to favor MDS here. There was not more Siphon could do at this point. He got a quad kill before eventually falling, snuffing this push out. It's all up to MDS right now. He's going to have to squeak out a win. But Bo, he's not going for any shenanigans. He's not going for any sort of fakes, anything of the sort. He wants to bring it over to the A-bomb site. He'll be going for a safe plant. Watching CT. MDS knows it. He has to be careful on the noise he's making, though, because he's telegraphing his move just perfectly here, and it might be what Bo needs to make this another round for his team. Molotov out. MDS has a smoke. He could go for a smoke defuse if he really wanted to here, but Bo, despite that Molotov going out, ringing out, he will not be convinced just yet. MDS tosses down the smoke, just as I mentioned before. Bo, he doesn't quite have the shot just yet. It's a bit to the left. MDS gets a smoke kill. Oh, that's unbelievable. He gets a smoke defuse. Bo, it was so favorable for him, but a single $300 grenade ruins his day. Spoils the party, as Peruvian Wide Swing are now 1 round away from closing out Overpass This brawl, this slugfest, eventually will lead to a Titan falling. And I'm not talking about the game. MDS at mid, takes a shot, backs up before he even has a chance to be countered upon. Doesn't want to play with fire here. That's the job of Dexus, who takes a fight towards Comic and does a good amount of damage onto Siphon as well. Maz eats a healthy bit of his own, and oh my lord, don't tell me we're going to be seeing a triple overtime. Please, God, no. Please, God, no, please. I don't want to see a triple overtime here. Every map has gone the distance here. But it's looking primed to happen here. Sukamalink, they definitely want to keep things close, no matter what. It's a marathon of Counter-Strike. It's all about stamina. Sukamalink might have just outpaced them this round. They're going for a fake over towards A, dragging rotation over, but they're not fully convinced just yet. In fact, that only confirms that their suspicions that they want to go over towards A. But now, Sukamalink are having second thoughts about it. Now they're going to be trying to do their part and rotating all the way over. Now the rotates aren't in from the CTs at all just yet. MDS is again going to have to be all alone on the site here. And against 5 players, he's going to have a tough challenge awaiting him. He gets first, no problem here. Actually gets a second one. MDS can't go bigger though. Unfortunately, the rotates aren't in time, but it's an even scenario as this bomb gets planted for Sukamalink, but it's become considerably tougher for Peruvian Wideswing since Siphon is kind of a question mark. He's at 14 HP, Maz isn't much healthier at 47 of his own. But the T's are playing so passive right now. They're expecting some sort of flank, some sort of retake potential to make things interesting, make things beautiful, perhaps, but it will all be whittled away. Oh, my lord, 21-21. We're going to triple overtime now. Neither team wants to give up their grip on overpass. They just can't get enough of him. Can't get enough of it, I should say. Unbelievable. It's a game of inches, Counter-Strike. You couldn't hope for something closer than this. Again, no more time to talk about things. It's time for them to play some Counter-Strike. 21-21. Now the number you're looking forward to is 25. The team needs 25 to go ahead and confirm the win. Same story, different round here. MDS is going to be going for a play out mid, playing anti-flash. Trying to hear for some information right now. As a flash goes through, that's going to go ahead and signal the beginning of something from Sukamalink as they try to up the pace over towards mid. Doesn't work out in their favor whatsoever. However, they're not ready for the complete torrent of T's pushing in through A. That's going to immediately start getting some rotations in. However, Sukamalink might have second thoughts about pushing in now because they know there's at least one T waiting for them, but they're not sure about how many people are going to be there for them as they fall into the gauntlet of frags, get their heads blown off. One by one, Maz tosses out a smoke. How about you use some of your utility, make things sweeter, as Bo makes a lot of noise. Yoko actually misses a shot. Uncharacteristic of him, but he won't miss up the follow-up. He won't miss the follow-up, I should say, rather. Free Sevs, his position is completely known, and he will get taken care of. Peruvian Wideswing start triple overtime off with a bang. As they make it 22, that elusive 22nd round, something they struggled to get for so long, finally gets on the board. And we see another pause, interestingly enough. Look at the frag differential. This is unbelievable. Look at the frag list here. MDS on 39 kills, Comic on 18. 18 is lowest in the server, and that's really saying something, because Comic is like a really good support player. Unbelievable. 14 assists for him. How much more could you do? I guess Yoko is more of a support player, just judging by the utility I've been seeing him by. He's also an opper, but I don't know. It's all confusing to me. It's all Greek. You see MDS is going to be going for his old specialty. Op at mid. This time he's going to bring a different twist of flavor to it. out towards party. Tries to have some fun for it, but the T's are not convinced. They don't want to have a party. They want to bring things out. They want to make things long and arduous. Maz? He's just going ahead, going for some shoulder peeks right now, but smokes are going to be starting to come in from the T side here. They toss out one towards the top of long. That way, they could possibly try to close the distance a little bit. They're doubling back, though. Maybe want to bring it towards B instead. Ape has made almost no noise over towards B. The people who now have the bomb are trying to do the same. Still have 2 players dedicated over towards long, just trying to waste as much utility as they can, keep those counter-terrorists there, and the counter-terrorists are buying it here. They actually expect this as a full rotate. They're not ready for sukalamink actually coming in towards B. Oh my lord, no, Yoko! He looks away at just the wrong time. He'll go in for a second chance, but he won't be given it. Nade lands right on top of Ape's hand, excuse me, or head, I should say. And it does a good amount of damage. It's a considerable amount, sure, but it's not enough to write home about. Lasso out in the open gets taken care of. That op is deadly, and in a good way as well. The retake kills are coming in perfectly from the CTs here as they win every single duel that they possibly can. It will be Bo alone, 1-on-4, finds 2, but isn't quite able to finish up the rest of the lit players. Subu. That was a Subu strat if I've ever seen one. That was a really good strat, though. The CTs were completely convinced by that one. It was just a miracle that they got every single frag that they needed. Every single kill in the retake, all theirs. And because of that, 23-21. Much better start from Peruvian wide swing than we were seeing for the first 2 overtimes. And we want to see this kind of form being kept up. Because sukalamink, they're starting to quiet down a little bit here. You still have your players going huge in their individual moments, and double Molotovs. Lasso wants to go through it, though, and wow, he's frag hungry as well, but his hunger will not be satiated as Maz, excuse me, picks up a double, but they're not ready for the double commit in. Siphon will turn around. He'll be free Sev alone, 1-on-3, down from a 1-on-4. Has an AWP to play with. He's been hitting some nice shots. But I don't think it's going to be enough to get away with a round, steal a round away like that, especially when your position is completely zeroed in on, and it's a flawless tap from Peruvian wide swing. That is exactly what you need for a Peruvian wide swing here. It should never have been this competitive in the first place on your map pick, but if you are, you're going to want to really just tire sukalamink out, because when we get to map number 4, they might not have the stamina to keep going. Eris, first map was won by sukalamink. It was 22-20. Oh, map 1? Okay. Map 1 was technically a default win because Peruvian White Swing are coming from the upper bracket. Map 2 was Inferno. sukalamink, their map pick, they won it 22-20, and then Peruvian White Swing are just about to take this one away. But you can never count them out just yet. sukalamink, they brought it this far. Who's to say that they can't bring it further? Wear my voice out even more. This has been a marathon of Counter-Strike. But my god, has it been fun to watch. In case you guys are just tuning in, my name is Ito, and I'm really happy to bring you the Intermediate Grand Finals right now. If you guys have a Twitch Prime, don't be afraid to drop it if you guys want a nice little cat emote. But if not, I also totally understand it because it's like 50 other people are asking for it. Anyway, another round coming in. 21-24. Peruvian Wide Swing only need one more round to officially take away Overpass here. Off the back of MDS's incredible performance. 40 kills. Siphon not far behind at 39. Maz at 34 as well. They're going to bring in the pace quickly over towards B, where Dexus is going to have a field day. Picks up 2. Siphon and Yoko fall. 2 gigantic players. Monuments for their team fall. 4 versus 3 as they get a response kill on the Bow, who pushes a bit too much. But now the CTs can kind of sit on their laurels. Make a series score in your OBS. Yeah, I can do that. I'll do that after this game. No problem. Things fall silent. Peruvian Wide Swing. That was not a very good flash from MDS, unfortunately. Not that it was good for much information either. Yeah, that's probably a good idea, Iris. I probably should do that. I usually only do like best of 3s or best of 1s, so usually it's not needed, but I probably should. No reason not to. Peruvian wide swing. Out of desperation, are going to go ahead and try to bring things over towards long. No one's watching on the side of sukalamink, but they're soon going to find out something has gone terribly wrong here, because it's all still quiet on the western front, and Ape hasn't spotted anything. He will finally spot a player, or did he? No, he didn't spot a player, but now he will. Better late than never, I suppose. Tosses out a Molotov by the opponent's feet as they still start upping the pace here. Comic falls to that Molotov. Interesting. It's a 2 versus 4. It's starting to kind of fall away out of their grasp, as MDS will have to be alone and pull off something miraculous, but he won't be able to do it. Casted last season's IM Finals. I wasn't actually casting back then, but man, that sounds fun, and I kind of wish I did that. I'm just happy I can pick up this game, though. It's been really interesting to watch so far. An absolutely close one as well. A nail biter. Again, Peruvian wide swing only need one more round. If we get all tied up at 24-24, then we'll be seeing quad overtime, which, look, I don't even want to think about that. We've already seen so much Counter-Strike just in these 2 maps. Any more would drive any man crazy. Bo here's a flash over towards long. He will choose not to take that fight because of it. That's smart movement and adjustment by him. He'll soon just back up over towards sight. Do the ape shuffle. Just keep on jump peeking. That lovely CT truck. Sona player spotted. Yeah. Oh, wow, Comic. That was dangerously close to being a shot. The glass above him falls, but not the player behind it. In front of it. Ape is in an aggressive position over towards A short here. Potentially could find a little bit of damage. Flash through. Bomb is over towards B though. Things could get very interesting very soon here. It seems that they want to rotate over towards connector. Dexus is sold, but not in the right way for the T's here. Peruvian wide swing. This is a desperation push, and desperation is not at all their kind of style. MDS is the only one able to find a kill as they drop 3 players, but now they're trying to stem this wound. They're bleeding internally here. Yoko, he finally gets a kill, but what cost? He takes nearly 90 damage because of it. MDS is gifted a kill. Maybe they actually do have a chance in this one here. Stealing victory from the jaws of defeat. MDS and Yoko alone here. MDS is getting pushed on, but is not ready for the player over towards water. It's going to have to be Yoko alone, 1 versus 2. He might have the Cloud9 Molotov ready. He's going to have to pull off his best Pronax impression, but they'll be trading Molotovs over here. That Molotov isn't good enough to ward off the CTs for too long, though, because they'll be able to stick it right after here. Free Sev is going to be going ahead, sticking on that. No problem for you whatsoever here. Yoko falls, and so does the hopes of Peruvian wide swing winning it that round here. And a pause will come through. Peruvian wide swing. They cannot mess this up here, or else they will be bringing it to quad overtime now. 23-24. Unbelievable. So much Counter-Strike being played. Ape and MDS still leading the charge for their respective teams at 42 apiece. So many assists on the board as well. You see 3 members of sukalamink have triple assists. Interestingly enough, you see a player drop out of the server. Most likely just got to fix someone, or he's toggling on, you know. When things are this close, you got to go ahead and bring out the big guns. Cap. Nah, but I'm sure he'll be in very, very soon here. At the same time, it's just, I don't know. This has been crazy on so many different levels. It feels like it shouldn't have even gotten to this point. Peruvian wide swing have one more chance to close things out here in triple overtime. But my God. This is practically a best of 5 series already. We haven't even gotten to the rest of the maps yet. Definitely testing the stamina of both the players as well as the casters. Possibly the coaches as well. They're giving it everything they got in the ESEA Intermediate Grand Finals here. pulling out all the stops. And pulling out all the pauses as well. Here you have it. Siege guns will be dropped. Same story, different round. Again, Peruvian White Wing. Their backs are against the wall now. MDS at 42 frags here has kept up a remarkably consistent level of play so far. But it's just not enough to close out this game just yet. It's slow and painful death for them. As either of these teams really dropping this map. Oh, surely feels so devastated heading into our next map, which I'm not even sure what that is, if it even gets to that point. It's Dust 2. That could be something interesting. An absolute slugfest, that one. Yoko's out towards blue, but it looks primed to be a B push here. Oh, aggressive positions. I love this from Lasu, though. This could be exactly what the doctor ordered for sukalamink to make it 24-24, bring us a quad overtime. As the train falls, it will all fall on Peruvian Wide Swing's hands right now. Lasu, hold his fire. Another smoke goes out, delaying the inevitable for even longer. An aid for good measure. The T's have still made no noise. They want to get ready for this push here. It's not a matter of when, it's a matter of if they'll be able to even get onto the site here. Lasso is spotted. They get one duel, but a TK comes through. It's all frags for pre-WS, but sometimes not in the best ways. Maz finally gets another one on the board. It's a 2 versus 2 made into a 2 versus 1. MDS is going to need to go massive here. He has an op and 2 players to go up against here. He closes fight versus 1. Now he has no idea where the second one is. He has the bomb. Not in his hand, unfortunately. Oh, MDS. It's slow to a fall. And we're going to quad overtime. Oh my lord, Peruvian Wide Swing are able to close it out. It's just going the mile. You can play as slow and decisively as you want, but my lord, is there a point where it's just too much? It's way too much. Now the magic number is what, 29? I think it is, 29. Unbelievable. This is only map 3 of a best of 5 series. Unreal. Oh, 28. Yes, you're right. Thank you. Sorry, I forgot how math works. Yes, 28 is now the magic number to look for. But knowing the track record of both these teams here, we won't be seeing it anytime tonight. Fuck the mile. This is a marathon. Yeah, no, this is more than a marathon, man. This is like one of those like ultra marathons, you know, where it's like 100 miles or something like that. This is unbelievable. I think I'm going to use this as my proposal to only have the IM Grand Finals be a best of 3. Because this is too much Counter-Strike. I'm joking, but this is unbelievable. Imagine your brain at this point. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm getting tired casting. My voice is actually the big thing reaching out. I've used like all my like lines. I feel like I've said the same thing like 50 times now. Like, usually games never go on this long. But imagine how the players feel actually having to play smart. Oh my lord. I've used up all my liners. Stream Open Grand Finals on Sunday. I wasn't sure when it was, Jenny, but I probably will, yeah. I also want to do main Grand Finals, but I'm not sure when that'll be and if I'll be able to do it. If it's on Saturday, I should be able to. I think so. And if it's tomorrow, I might be able to as well, so. Wait. I am Grand Finals on Sunday. Wait, Jenny, did 46 and 2 beat their people tonight? Like NBA winning 2K, like whatever it was? Because if they did, that's huge. I'm really happy for Insky. They 2-0'd? Hell yeah. All right, well, Grand Finals should be sick as hell then. Back to the game at hand. Sukamalink 24 against Peruvian White Swings, also 24. Sukamalink are going to start things off as they normally do, dedicating 3 players. Actually, yeah, okay. I thought they were going to dedicate 4, but 8 will actually go over towards mid, as is normal. M4 is brought out, not even bothering with Augs. Oh yeah, Jenny, I'm really excited for the land next week as well, now that I've actually practiced casting outside of it. 8, wow, they just granted him that frag. 4 versus 4, sure. It splits defense more than anything here, but the positions are a little bit weak for the CTs to deal with this push. Luckily, they're being very slow and methodical, or luckily for Sukamalink, though, Peruvian Wide Swing are being really methodical to a fault here. It ends up leading to their demise as they drop another player here, making this take so much harder onto the A bomb site. Dexus sneaking around the truck. Hasn't made a peep just yet here. Comic makes some noise while that bomb goes down, and that nade will land right on Comic, but only does a tiny bit of damage. This actually favors the T's a little bit right now. The smoke and the spray from Comic leaves him dazed and confused as he drops the player, and Dexus will just be trying to stick the bomb. And look, I've seen this so many times at this point, and it's going to be no different this time around. Dexus again defuses the bomb. We have seen so many smoke diffuses at this point. It's absurd. Like, this is just too much. Every single round where it just feels like an unfavorable retake, the CDs just plop down the smoke and somehow manage to get away with it every single time. Because of that, Sukamalink are going to go on 25 now. 28 is the magic number. Molly out. Lasso plays passive, doesn't try to take water control like Sukamalink have tried to do so many times previously. In fact, the Molotov plus some extra utility damage ends up whittling Dexus down to nearly dead. 4 for the man. Siphon, ooh, if he actually tossed a grenade out there, that could have been huge. However, that will allow Bo to rotate through blue aggressively as well. I mean, theoretically, no matter what Bo does, he could be in a very strong position here. If the rotates come in through blue out towards A, that could be gigantic. A little bit of information taken by Dexus as well. Kind of telegraphs this push for Peruvian White Swing as they have a player pushing in the form of Yoko. Lasso will actually find that first point of contact and a kill to confirm as well. Siphon responds with 1 as well, but the CTs are just overwhelming every single position from the Ts right now, and Peruvian White Swing have absolutely no answer for it. Siphon, oh my lord, saved by the smoke, manages to actually survive that chaos as he only has 2 HP to work with here. It's not pretty, but it's something they'll have to work with here. Comic will have to be the one stepping up for his team massively as he has only 61 health. No bomb to work with either. They're going to have to go for win by elimination, and it might not be in their best intentions to do it either. 26-24. And you can tell Peruvian White Swing, they're starting to get a little tired at this rate. It just keeps happening. They're dragged so close to glory, but it's thrown away by Sukamalink, who just seem to have this crazy amount of stamina in these games. They're keeping themselves alive just when they seem like to be out of it. They put up a flawless T-side half and managed to, or a flawless CT side half of their own and keep things healthy. And while they're continuing that streak of dominance into this round as well, Peruvian White Swing, without even seeing a single counter-terrorist, will lose 2 players. They're going to go ahead and try to prod down B slowly but surely here, but they don't really know where any of these counter-terrorists are. Nothing is in their favor as they slowly get picked off. 1 by 1, 8 picks up a double, nearly makes it a triple, but it will be Lasso to finish off the job here. Another flawless half for Sukamalink. The score so far of Maps Cloudy is 1-1. This is the 3rd map. Now you might be saying, wow, if this has been a 3-hour broadcast, why are we only on map 3? Well, that's the fun part. every single map has gone to at least double overtime. I say that only knowing there's 2, but my god. So far. How dry is my mouth, Ito? Okay, honestly, I have a problem with salivation. I forgot what it's called, but basically I produce excess saliva, so I'm actually doing pretty damn good. Plus I have water near me, but mainly it's just my vocal cords who are struggling a little bit. Yeah, having hypersalivation is kind of a pain in the ass for wanting to become a caster, I'll tell you that much at least. I had to go through speech therapy to even speak like I am right now, and there's still a lot more to go. Dentists must hate it. Yeah, they need to do like the double suck action. Probably shouldn't have said that. Please don't clip that. Anyway, 5 versus 5. Peruvian wide swing. Bring out their favorite setup, the double sniper. MDS at mid. We'll try to go for a party pick. Set up for it, but finds nothing. Sukalamink will actually be lining up over towards blue as a flurry of nades go out to try to force some space. Just crowbar their way into the blue. Hey, thank you so much, Sue. I really appreciate it, man. You're amazing. Oh my god, Lyoko, you're also amazing on those shots as well. He puts things off to a good start for Peruvian wide swing, but there needs to be a little more oomph from the CTs because they've been really quiet these past 3 rounds here. Anything would be nice. Again, 28 is all that Sukalamink need to bring this to map number 3. And then it will be their map pick to work with. Oh, Yoko. Oh, this is a terrifying position for him, but he's not scared. Shaking in his boots, he'll still find a kill, but all of his teammates fall around him here. Yoko is just massive for his team. He nearly finds 4, escapes through the smoke, but not for long here. He's eventually traded out here, and Ape has gone massive here, but Siphon is sitting in the smoke here. You can't expect a ninja like this here, as it will be Ape versus Siphon. The 2 titans on the server will combine and fall. In the end, Ape with a quad kill to close out map number 3, tearing it away from the Peruvian wide swingers. Wait, wide swingers is probably not the best name for them. Peruvian wide swing. It's off the back of a miraculous round from Ape, but that is how you close it out. What a performance by him. Comic had to go to sleep. Ugh, unbelievable. What can you even say about that game other than an absolutely massive slugfest? I don't think you could have gotten much closer than that. That was just... Both teams need to, like, take it easy. Yeah, Yoko went absolutely massive. Well, okay, he went huge. That's fair. I mean, there's not much more that he could have done there. He found a triple. If he got away towards water safely, maybe he could have had a chance. But, like, when you have to say, like, maybe that person who got a triple could have gotten a quad, then you start thinking, why hasn't it even gotten to this place? Because this is... It just seemed like Peruvian wide swing kind of ran out of gas at that point. I'm going to go ahead, toss it to a break before we head into map number 4, which will be DE Dust 2. We'll see you guys very, very soon. My name is Ito. I'm having a lot of fun with this.
There's no other way. Talk about a long night trip. No, no, no. Don't ever wait. You kept traces of my past. Your frames are divided in my thoughts. Your love, dance so I can feel your lips. Oh no, no. Don't ever look away, you fill the spaces in my heart. Your friends are nowhere to be found. We're tripping all around and girl, we don't know nobody. There's people all around, but girl, it's a private party. Oh, no, no, we don't know nobody. There's people all around, but love is a private party. And I'm tripping, you're tripping, trip, trip. You're tripping, you're tripping. Dance on the slow motion. Trip, trip. You're trip, and I'm tripping. Dance on the slow motion. Talk about a long night trip. No, no, no. Don't ever wait. You kept traces of my past. Your frames are divided in my thoughts. We're tripping all around and girl, we don't know nobody. There's people all around, but girl, it's a private party. Oh, no, no, we don't know nobody. There's people all around, but love is a private party. And I'm tripping, you're tripping. Dancing in slow motion. Feeling all my motion. Dancing in slow motion. Feeling all my motion. Dancing in slow motion.
It was chaos on Inferno, it was chaos on Overpass, and I believe we might be seeing some more chaos on DE Dust 2 here. My name is Ito, and I'm happy to bring you map number 3, or technically map number 4, of the ESEA Intermediate Season 32 North America Grand Finals. Sukalamink versus Peruvian Wide Swing, and despite Peruvian Wide Swing coming off of the upper bracket here, they have struggled for the series, losing both of the maps so far in a very close fashion. Very close fashion. I really do not want to understate how close of a fashion it has been. It was, honestly, just to the very end, crazy to watch. Okay, so first map was Inferno, and that was the map pick of Peruvian Wide Swing, that was map pick of Sukamalink, and they dropped its Peruvian Wide Swing. They dropped it 22-20. Map number 2, or 3 technically, was map pick of Peruvian Wide Swing, Overpass, and they just barely scraped by Sukamalink as they won it 28-24. Now this is again the map pick of Sukalamink. Sukalamink. God, it's interesting saying that name, especially now knowing what it means. And really, on paper, considering how they did on Inferno Sukamalink, I would have to hope that they can close things out right here. They're one map away from doing it. If Peruvian Wide Swing somehow manage to come out on top of this one, we could be seeing a very different game on our hands, as we would be forced to a final map, which would be Nuke, if it even gets that far. But that's a big if, and while Lasso just wants to go ahead and close things out right here, doesn't he? It will be him extending for a frag before Comics is going to trade it out, rather. Bo will back off. Doesn't want to take this fight right now. He'll be fine taking it another day. Down and lower here will be Dexus. This is kind of a strange one and done position. He might not even need to peep his head out a bit whatsoever, as Ape quickly taps down a player in lower tunnels. Dexus still on his high horse down in lower tunnels. Bo is trying to take a pick over towards top mid. I don't believe it'll work out in his favor whatsoever, though, as they're just kind of inching around mid right now, afraid to take fights, because if they do, it will surely lead to their demise here. Dexus and Ape get frags on the board, and Maz, unfortunate timing for him, looks away at all the wrong moments as Dexus takes him out without any more further complications. Sukamalink make it 1-0 now. Good start to Dust 2, but there needs to be more where that came from, and my god, judging by their track record so far, I wouldn't be surprised if we see that. Definitely really good positions by Dexus and Ape in particular. They combined to take down 4/5 of Peruvian Wide Swing. Oh my lord, this is not going to work well. Matchmaking strat comes out from Peruvian Wide Swing, and it leads to nothing but the death of Maz. Maz had a really slow Inferno, minus one crazy play he got. On Overpass, he woke up considerably more. It was a solid, middle of the scoreboard, but that's saying something considering every player had, 25 frags or something like that. It was such a long game. It was a brutal one. And he's unfortunately the first to fall this time around. Ape is just going to be able to line his pockets, really. This shouldn't be a challenge for him whatsoever. He eventually does fall, interestingly enough. But, I mean, that's just kind of an eco round. Not really much to write home about for a Peruvian Wide Swing. The fact that they even drop one player is kind of nice, considering they invested $0 into that one. Actually, sorry, they invested a single CZ into that one, I should say. Still not much of anything. Free Sev. Looks like he wants to go ahead and prod towards mid. His teammate needs a tiny bit of damage. Yoko takes a more considerable chunk. He's down to 70 HP. That puts him within one-shot range of those M4s as well as those FAMASas. Good spam. I love that from Maz. Able to take down Free Sev. That is a fantastic start for the T side here. Peruvian Wide Swing might actually have a decent shot at this round now. Not made much easier by the fact that they're desperately trying to go for these frags right now. And some of them aren't working out in their favor. Ape finds 2. Fantastic round so far. Bo was actually able to find another one as well. It's becoming harder and harder as time goes by, as Ape gets off to a massive start. You cannot escape from the Ape. Gets 8. 8 for Ape. And you cannot escape. I like it. We get another one on the board, and immediately we're going to see a pause come through, talk about things for a moment. sukalamink, they kind of seal that round away, in all honesty. That was a round that, in theory, PWS should not have given up whatsoever. They had an early, 3 versus 5 at one point, and it was completely just swiped away in a moment's notice. 5 deeks across the board for Peruvian wide swing. Probably not going to be investing much more than that. Also Traxy high. A little bit of utility in as well. But sukalamink are looking pretty clean on this round so far here. You can already tell that they have double Kriegs on the board, which makes things so tough for Peruvian wide swing, even tougher than the fact that they're stuck with Deagles only. Not really many positives to take from this one, I can tell you. But maybe they can go ahead and pull off the play of a lifetime. No stranger to crazy plays, but in a round like this late into a series, it's going to require some real gut. Over towards mid is going to be our destination for now. Bow. A little bit of spam through the door. Doesn't really do much other than a little bit of a considerate warning to the terrorists. Bo will toss out a Molotov back for his trouble. Nearly loses his life, but the Molotov bears fruits as it will make one burn alive here. Ape will get another on the board as well. Bo pushes a bit too far through that smoke and actually makes this possible for Peruvian wide swing now. They have an M4 in the hands of Comic, and everybody else can pick that up if they want to, but FreeSev will have no problem picking off each player one by one. And they make it 4-0 now. Not too bad of a start, not too shabby at all, as they are able to get an AWP to work with as well. And this is where things can start getting really interesting now for sukalamink. Oh, they're going for an ASAC, interestingly enough here. Well, actually going to be having a player, or 3 players, boosted up towards top cat. FreeSev boosting, looking quick into lower tunnels, but Siphon, he is ready, willing, and able to take down a member who has invested so much money into this round. He's taken out of the equation 30 seconds in. It was a nice attempt. I like what sukalamink were going for, but just wasn't primed, wasn't ready for that quick aggression. sukalamink still have some life in this one, though. Texas is able to find a frag, but not without a struggle of his own as he falls. Bo evens things up and actually puts things back in their favor. Last he was able to find another kill, and they might have just gone away with theft once more as they looked to seal this round away. MTS and Maz will be alone to do it against against 2 members down from 3 of sukalamink. They don't have a ton of utility to speak of here, but they might not need it if they can get all the frags they need. Lasso, that's an uncharacteristic miss from him. Maz, he struggles to get up cat. He's 7 HP. This is still technically possible, and if there's anyone that I wanted in a clutch situation, it would be Ape. He has been on fire early on. Sometime pun fully intended. Maz plays with fire, perhaps, and he tries to take the fight. Ape, but he's not ready for the double commit. He knew where both players were, but couldn't quite thread the needle on those shots as Peruvian wide swing eventually get around onto the board at last. It took a little while for them to actually get things going, but now that they have guns in their hands and they didn't drop too many players, I mean, they dropped 3 guns while doing it. It's still enough for them to invest into this next one. They should be okay. MDS goes for a courtesy shot over towards A. You can see them. They're going to be trying this again. sukalamink. If they have a player going lower tunnels, of which they don't, this could snuff things out early. You see 2 players committed over towards B, but this is a very aggressive stack. No players over towards mid. But Peruvian wide swing are none the wiser to it. They've committed most of their stock over towards A. As you see, the only player in Siphon is down towards lower tunnels, looking to take care of any double boosts if they try to do it on cat, but It's not what's in the headlines this time around. Comic watching his back. Still no point of contact made. But sukalamink, they're kind of gambling here. Sure, they didn't invest too much money into this one here. It's just kind of a hard gamble for them to actually get away with a round like this. Free Sev is given up, and that double stack is perfect. Siphon has absolutely no one to go ahead and trade him out, make things better as they're able to steal away the Krieg. Sukamalink, as they push onto the A bomb site, as they drop another player, things are looking worse and worse for them as time goes by here. Oh, it's like a fine wine, this defense from the CTs, as they combine to get nearly every single member of Peruvian Wide Swing. It'll be Yoko alone, but he's only able to find one kill before he eventually falls at the feet of Sukamalink. And that is most definitely going to be a pause for Peruvian Wide Swing. That should not have worked out like that whatsoever. They played slow, but it wasn't quite good enough. Sukamalink, that was a fantastic A-stack at the same time, though. The way they isolated that player in Siphon, was absolutely perfect. And just won every single favorable duel after the fact. Dancing around smokes is exactly what the doctor ordered. Peruvian Wide Swing, most definitely going to be on the back foot of this one, considering everything that they had going that was going so well for them has just been snatched away in a moment. 10 kills for Ape. He has been fantastic. Free Sev. That's 7 of his own. The AWP, the sniper to watch. And I believe this is actually a technical pause. I thought this was going to be a tactical one, but sure, maybe Peruvian Wide Swing can talk about things as well, because there's definitely some notes that you should write down about that one. That was absolutely a round that you should never give away in that sort of situation. I mean, I say they should never get away. I say that in the sort of sense where Sukamalink, they kind of stole that one. They did fantastic, and really big credit to them for managing to come out on top there. It's not the first time we've even seen them do that this series. I mean, God knows how many times they pulled off the same kind of shenanigans on Overpass. I believe we even saw it on Inferno once or twice. I mean, Sukalamink, rather. They have some pretty nasty setups when it comes to the CT side. Force-ups, pistol rounds. I mean, how much did they invest into that one? They had one player on full armor, another one with a single smoke. For the cost of $1,300, they got immense value. You cannot really understate the amount of value that they got out of that one. Technical pause is always fun. I believe we're not going to be seeing much more being bought out from the T side now. What does Yoko have? He only has a Glock, but maybe there's a gun around him. I think he's the one with a technical issue, if anyone, considering he hasn't moved an inch. As pause comes through, I guess you guys can do a Q&A or something like that, because really, I think we've talked about everything there is to talk about so far in Dust 2. It really has been honestly phenomenal CT setups from Sukalamink. God, that name is hard to say. I don't know, it's so much fun to watch them so far. Peruvian Wide Swing don't seem to be ready for it. This is the map pick of Sukalamink, and my God, they are having no problems delivering. Yoko will buy up Galil, full armor, so Peruvian will force up every last dollar into this one. Try to pull together a miracle here against Sukamalink, who is absolutely stacked for money. They are in no worries for having low utility for at least this round. Next round might be a different story, but they've been looking fantastic so far. Who's to say that this will be a changing of the seasons? Lots of players going over towards lower tunnels right now. Nice nade, but isn't quite good enough. The Molotov does the trick to zone Maz out of the equation for now. Yoko tosses out a smoke, or excuse me, that was a flashbang. But there's no capitalization done on top of it. I'm not exactly sold on what's going on here, but it seems that they want to go up cat. The Xbox smoke is there, and it's perfect. A little bit of parkour. Maz gets there safely. Bomb will slowly join them, but a nice quick response smoke through. And what is this? I love this position from Zexus. He has to be a little bit careful, though. Luckily, there's another teammate to help him in case things get a little bit dicey. But Dexus, he knows what he's in for here, and it's going to become a team kill, interestingly enough, for Peruvian Wide Swing, but they're never ready for the second commit as Lassie goes massive. He picks up a double thanks to the flash of Free Sev, and Free Sev is actually hungry for a frag of his own as well. He extends one onto Siphon, a smoke by his feet to keep him cool and safe as it's Comic left alone. Has an AWP in hand. Generally not the main person we see opping, but he's pretty proficient on it, as we can see. He finds one, no problem whatsoever. The secondary opper needs to go primary for this one, and he needs to go massive. He nearly finds a second fight, but unfortunately, Bo crouches right beneath his crosshairs, and he's able to not only survive, but thrive as well. Gets a kill on the board. That is such an unfortunate way to lose the round, but it was a nice attempt by Comic at the same time. Considering how much they invested towards that one, it's kind of a bittersweet feeling. See that they're actually going for a fast cat here. Dexus being a little bit careful on how much he wants to extend out towards long. Luckily for him that he is in absolutely no danger whatsoever, because all the action seems to want to be happening over towards B. They're going to be going again for a quick B rush. Good spam from Ape. Spreads his bullets wisely and causes some rotations to come over, but this is going to be almost no problem for the CTs. I perhaps might eat my own words, so Ape falls, and they're most likely going to be able to capitalize more and more on this. Free Sev gets a nice kill through the door to drop the bomb planter, but Bo is hungry for it. No one's watching the door, and he is able to enter completely for free. The password was deaf, it seems, as he is able to crack the code instantly, and the retake is perfect. Peruvian Wide Swing, they fail to take B. It was a force up there, but that looked theirs to take, and it was ripped away from them just as quickly as it started. It all started from Free Sev's amazing AWP play, but was more capitalized upon thanks to the heroics of Bo. It was a gamble what he went for there, but luckily it was a gamble that he ended up hitting the jackpot on, and my lord, what was that? A triple commit out towards A is where every single member of Peruvian Swing are going to be trying to join them. However, Maz will back off over towards top mid, where it seems like he wants to take some fights. But what was that triple commit over towards long? This Peruvian Wide Swing just run over sukalamink for that round. They aren't ready for it. Free Sev forced to save that AWP. As they don't drop a single player, it's an impossible situation for him to be in. Free Sev actually extend for a little bit more, finds one frag, might be able to find a second. That's a little bit of a question mark, if you will. But he's in a good place to do it. He's kind of forced to expend a lot of his utility just to stay alive here, so it would be very much salt in the wound if Free Sev goes down. Looks away at the window at just the wrong time. Smoke dissipates over towards the door. He actually doubles back for a kill. He's doing a considerable amount of damage onto Peruvian Wide Swing, but it's not enough to write home about, because Peruvian Wide Swing, not only do they get the bomb planted, plus it detonates, plus they win the round, plus they deny that AWP out of the hands of sukalamink. So now is a round where they can go ahead and start building up their economy a little bit more here. This could be a very healthy round for them. I believe they don't exactly have the best read on the economical situation of sukalamink, though, because they seem to buy up fully into this one here. Don't want to bother with Mac 10s or anything of the sort. They just want to go completely balls to the wall, AKs, and everything you could hope for. MDS, oh, this could be a very scary position for him. He actually misses shot. Oh, that is terrible news. Then now they're going to have an AWP to work with sukalamink. Maybe if they don't get anything else, they will be able to save this off, but they're hungry for more here. They have yet to drop a single player so far, and that's the AWP that I'm talking about. Ape is still very much in the picture, and he's causing so much damage. Peruvian Wide Swing give up the round. Siphon and Comic are able to respond. Kills of their own. But it's a bittersweet feeling that you even drop this many players in the first place, much less give up more. Hopefully they don't give away the round, but they're on the verge of doing it, and oh my lord, sukalamink, you cannot do that. They give up the round. That is such a terrible feeling, as Free Sev will top it off with a defuse. as they make it 8-2. What the hell are they eating for breakfast to get away with some of these eco rounds? It's just bad news after bad news for them. I cannot believe it. You can never count sukalamink out of it. They're just gifted that AWP off the back of a terrible mistake from MDS. And really, this is exactly what I was saying. It would have been probably best to go ahead and just try to, build up your economy with a Mac 10 or something of the sort. Because you're going to have one more good fourth buy in here, a little bit of utility expended early on, but after this, you're going to be kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel. Every member of Peruvian Wide Swing has committed over towards long, or sukalamink. That's pretty much the only place where they haven't committed. However, that's really no issue if we've seen anything from the CTs so far. It's what comes next. That's really the big question mark. See, almost no information has been given over towards B tunnels, but it's slowly going to be taken. Bo now has learned so much. The CTs can start rotating around A, which Dexus as well as Lasso will do perfectly, just in time and just in kind. The CTs, they know that they either have to be A or they have to be mid. And my god, is it the latter here. Ape struggles none at all. Find a kill with his AWP. Forcer rotates in from Peruvian Wide Swing. As now backs against the wall, Peruvian Wide Swing. Almost nothing has gone in their favor this half. And it's only going to get worse and worse for them as Ape. Oh my lord, they're playing with fire here, still holding this angle. Yoko wants to do it though. He knows that's almost one of their only chances back into this round, back into this game. You're going to need to require a miracle, but you're not giving it. It will just get pulled away from you in a moment's notice. As sukalamink, they're going to only drop one player as they go up on 9 rounds now. This is getting dominance at this point. If it wasn't dominant before, I'm not sure how much more sukalamink can sell me on it, because that was a gun round from Peruvian Wide Swing that fell flat on its face. Double op brought out. A Krieg in play for Lasso. Not much more you can hope for good news, good fortune for sukalamink now. Ape, he knows he can go for something a little more aggressive here over towards Tons. Yoko has to be prime on the shot. Indeed he is here. That sort of punishment over towards B Tons is what caused the dominoes to fall for sukalamink last time. But let's see if they can capitalize on it again. Bo, toss out aggressive smoke. Most likely to try to bait out a little more utility usage or just keep a player over from the T side. Now that they're on the back foot here, this has now become a little bit more interesting for sukalamink. They're bringing out some really strong positions. Dexus on top of the blue box. And you see Lasso watching mid alone. But he's watching it for such a passive position. He does not want to give up this creep. Smoke goes out. Takes a few complimentary shots, but, well, they don't want any of them. Bo has the world to take on. He's in a good spot, but it's kind of a one and done position here. They checked twice. And they found out that Bo was naughty, not nice. What a good shot, though, from Sev. Halfway across the map from site to site. Gets a nice dome onto a player through the wall, but it's not enough. It's going to be a 4 versus 3 favoring Peruvian Wide Swing. And finally, just finally, they should have another round on the board. sukalamink, there's no reason they can't go for this retake, though. I mean, they have so many rounds to work with, too. Why not favor the bold? As Dexus, unfortunately, will have all of his teammates fall around him. And finally, Peruvian Wide Swing will get a much-needed round. Only dropping 2 players now. We're going to need to see a lot more, though, out of Peruvian Wide Swing. At the very minimum, I feel like we're going to need to see 10-5 or a 9-6, something like that, because they've been almost entirely quiet. Sev has been the only committing player over towards. Oh my god! What? I said oh my god. I don't know why. But Bo. Oh, he's behind. That was so good. But do they expect the double up? I think Ape might have a good read on the scenario. He doesn't exactly have to peek though. Siphon, he's ready and watching the angle in case that happens. And no more oh my god from me. That flank ended up yielding nothing. As it falls on their face, God, I cannot speak right now. This series is taking a toll on me. Dexus and Ape both find kills of their own here as they're holding down the site respectively. It's a 3 versus 3. Dexus is still in the picture though. He doesn't deny the bomb play just in time, but he does just fine though. Finds a double, wants to make it 3 though. He tosses a smoke by his feet, forcing the situation from Siphon. However, it's too little too late. It's a bomb defuse and a job well done. And double digits at last for sukalamink. Siphon can get all the kills he wants after the defuse comes through, but it's a bittersweet feeling when you give up the round. 10-5 is now the best that Peruvian Wide Swing can secure, and it will be a harsh ask for them. Smoke through. Watching for some sort of aggression towards mid. Will not be allowed by sukalamink. We have a player aggressive over towards B. That's MDS. And the Opper. Excuse me, that was actually Siphon, not the Opper, interestingly enough. Is actually towards T-spawn. Lasso is again boosted up on top of Blue Box. This could be a lethal position onto at least one player in the form of Comic, but Comic is timing his push here. He wants to make sure those rotates will happen from the CT side, but he's soon to peek his face there, Lasso. It's a 1 and it's a done position here. He will back off securely as Peruvian Wide Swing now on the back foot here. They have time to play with here, but as it's a 4 versus 4, they've started to run a little bit low on utility. They get the frags that they need though. That's Seb going down over towards B, and that's a massive frag, but Lasso is even more massive. He makes it eventually into a 1 versus 1 at the end of the day. At the end of the fight, Siphon will be left alone to face versus Ape, who has been unbelievable for his team. Absolutely the superstar, but not of this round. It was Lasso who was the superstar of this round. A quad kill for him. It's just up to Ape to finish the job. Siphon, he's been good this series, but he needs to be phenomenal. He only needs 1 kill away, separating that from a 4th round for Peruvian Wide Swing. He has no clue on where Ape is, and Ape will capitalize on every opportunity that he's given. Finishes up the job that Lasso started. 11-3, Peruvian Wide Swing look lost on Dust 2. This is a completely different half than we saw for anything on Overpass or Inferno. This is sheer dominance. sukalamink don't look challenged whatsoever by what Peruvian Wide Swing are bringing to the table. And if they do, they're only convinced for 1 round here. Strange setups and amazing off angles are the name of the game for sukalamink right now, as they are outclassing Peruvian Wide Swing in almost every single metric right now, really. The only player who's even close to the frags that sukalamink is Siphon, who's sitting on, what, 16 and 11 right now. He's doing actually pretty phenomenally, but again, it's a bittersweet feeling. Some of those kills have been after the bomb has defused or something like that. It's really just bad news bears. Aggressive position from Bo. He wants to try to take this fight over towards long with a Krieg. He'll jump up, doesn't find anything. There he is. Gives away his face. Sev drops at CT spawn. And Maz actually figures out another one with that Krieg. This is actually something to work with for Peruvian Wide Swing, but still, they haven't gotten rid of this X Factor. Dexus in the picture. Now he's been eliminated, and now the torrent will begin. It's a 1-on-5 Ape. No choice but to go for this one here, but it's too tall of an order for the man, and he knows it as well. 4-11, Peruvian Wide Swing get another round on the board, but it's kind of a rough kind of way to keep your way in this game, I suppose is one way to put it. Considering this map, I believe statistically is actually one of the few CT favored one of the few T favored maps. Kind of a lukewarm half like that is a bit worrying. They're going to need to pull out all the stops here, or else we might see Peruvian Wide Swing falling at the hands of sukalamink. Backs against the wall, Peruvian Swing. It's this or force it to a map 5, but there's almost no more wiggle room to play with here. If you drop this, you can't look forward to another map. It's a best-of-5 series that might be reaching its conclusion soon. And it all begins on the second half. Might be the beginning of the end for sukalamink. See armor committed with bow opting for some utility. Smoke and a flash. And I believe a P250 as well, no? Oh, and a kit, excuse me. Two players committed towards B early. Smoke goes out towards mid, just to cause a little bit of confusion. The CT still have a very healthy amount of utility to work with. Sev, does he want to be the first point of contact here? I'm not exactly sold that you should have the bomb carrier be the first point of contact here, but they seem to be completely sold on the idea here because Maz, he'll only find one kill before he falls. MDS will find another one for his trouble as well. MDS is still very much in the picture though. He can never forget about this man, the myth, the legend who is him as he just survives and thrives. He gets a triple for the round, and Peruvian Wide Swing, that's exactly what you need to see. Bo, stuck in a 1-on-4, will have no chance as they stick the defuse immediately. Peruvian Wide Swing get a much needed 5th round here, and this could be the start of something beautiful. But again, you cannot count your chickens before they hatch. I was sold on that pistol round though. It's a lot more convincing than we've seen from Peruvian Wide Swing for pretty much the rest of the series. It's something that we're going to need to see, multiplied a lot more. Because they're on the back foot. You can't deny that. It's just a matter of how far they can push this. Yoko wants to push them over towards long, but Siphon will have no problem capitalizing on the action. It was really all comic there, though. He had 4 assists that round, plus a kill. What a fantastic round from the man. Comic, 6 assists, and 9 kills. He is such an underrated player, I'll tell you that. I'm partially biased, so I've casted with him. I think he's really cool as well, but whatever. Another round on the board for Peruvian Wide Swing. That eco didn't exactly pull off the wonders that sukalamink have done historically. And sukalamink want to bring it over towards bot tunnels. Bottom mid. Very passive positions. Bomb is dropped in the tunnels. Now that MDS is watching their doorway, and unfortunately, they're not ready for the scout shot. MDS is perfect on the trigger and takes down Dexus. He doesn't have much of a chance in this round, but now they've given away that they have AKs at tees. What's this? Is that a purposeful smoke? I'm not exactly sure what that was, but luckily it goes unpunished both ways, as the CT still are in an advantage here. 4-on-5. But just when you look at the artillery, you have to give the edge to sukalamink. They have AKs in play. They have a Krieg. They have AWPs. It's pretty. Yeah, I guess it's one way to put it. Yoko, what the hell are you doing? He goes massive and finds 2 of them. He eventually falls at the end of this ordeal, but now Maz surely will be able to clean up the remaining terrorist members here, or at least one of them. Maz gets one of those players caught off guard. It's a 2 versus 1. Bo will need to ace to close this round out for his team, and he's actually perfect on the trigger. Finds a 4th. This has actually become possible for for sukalamink now, as Bo, the boomer himself, will need to go massive. 14 seconds, bomb in hand, Molotov and a flash. You have plenty of tools at your disposal. Maz, he's none the wiser. Oh, he's going to start learning at all the wrong times here. Bo will get the bomb down. And this, I'd say, favors Bo now, because he'll have the edge over wherever Maz wants to go. And it seems he wants to go through doors. Bo might have just pulled the Alamo, pulled off the miracle, and oh no, it's all torn away! He loses the last gunfight at the very last moment. He keeps it competitive, sure. He gets plenty of the members of Wide Swing. But it all falls down. It was a very good attempt. You have to give him that, if nothing else. He got 4, but couldn't quite make it an ace. Still, sukalamink have a 4-round buffer. They'll have to force up their guns. Peruvian Wide Swing, they're going to be relatively healthy this time around, considering how few guns they invested into that last one. They actually choose not to smoke off the cross whatsoever here. sukalamink, now knowing that only one player can make it over towards B, might want to try their luck over at the B bomb site. Perhaps double back on it, though. Maz, who's close towards tunnels, goes for a little bit of spam after eating a little bit of damage. Dexus on 19 HP is now going to be a little bit of a liability for his team. Tagged up hard, but still in the game. And he's going to make these CTs have a bad game. Dexus, he got to hit that shot. Unfortunately, he goes for seconds and ends up getting a second CT right in his face. The rotates will not come in from the CTs, but they're all passive, granting sukalamink the sight. Practically gifted it to them. Now we enter a post-plant scenario here. It becomes even harder now as Comic falls. And I would actually have to give the edge to sukalamink. This is a round that they should not have gotten away with considering how well the CTs were doing. But it might have just been stolen away at the last possible moment. Mass falls as well. And MDS is going to try to save this AWP. He gets one as he escapes. But I think that's all he's going to get away with as he will fall next. Quad kill from Ape as he continues to form this series. Massive for him. Tops the scoreboard on his team by a good margin, 21-12. At what point do Peruvian White Swing call another pause here? Maybe this isn't the round to do it, considering their money is low and it's not exactly a, give it around by any means. But at the same time, I don't know, man. This is a really rough scenario for Peruvian White Swing to be in. And that's kind of the exact reason why Ape is just having a field day before he ends up pulling a 1G. Okay, that's interesting. Well, it turns out the only person that can kill Ape is Ape himself. Ends up burning alive in his own Molotov. 2 versus 3, but PWS are just going to save those guns most likely. Maybe Siphon can extend for an AK, but most likely a done deal. Safe positions, safe round. And 13 for sukalamink. Not too bad whatsoever. Considering that was an eco round for Peruvian White Swing, the fact that they managed to get 2 guns out of it is pretty considerable. I don't think they can get much more, or can they? I'm proven wrong time and time again. Free Sev. He drops. They're able to retrieve that gun in the end, but Bo is going to be stuck on that Mat 10. Unfortunate news, but, well, it's not much better for PWS either. They're staring down the barrel of 14 rounds here. Well, actually, no. They might have a good chance into this one here. They can actually buy up a lot more than I was expecting. Buying up everything. Flash in. Siphon peeks alongside his teammate in arms. His comrade in arms. But no one is there to greet them. The action is happening towards B tons early on here, but again, they're just going to go lower tunnels. This has been such an exploitable position for Peruvian White Swing as they seem to have no response to it, the CTs. Smoke through the doors gives them a nice one-way in case you want to pester over towards mid a little bit more, but it's not going to be even close to anything to write home about. sukalamink, they have almost every advantage as they could hope for here, especially since Peruvian White Swing have given up a lot of their utility. Smoke, flash out. And the T's are healthy. Over towards B. See a player coming in. Spam through. Alt mid to B. Or, I don't know, I said alt mid. Mid to B is going to be the split. And the recipe for disaster for the CTs, perhaps. Because, oh my lord, they're dropping the T's like flies now. They're going to go ahead and maybe extend for a third here. But trying to ground them to reality will be the remaining members of the T Squadron here. But their numbers are dwindling. Free Sev is going to be alone. 2 versus 1. You've seen him win plenty of 1 versus 2s this entire series. I could see him pulling off it again. Molotov out. Bomb is not in his hand until just about now. He's going to have to extend a little bit more than he would have hoped for, surely. Molotov expends. Free Sev is in a tough scenario now. Free Sev takes a shot over towards mid. Knows where one player is. Spots the second one as well. Free Sev. Oh, are you going historical on us here? Because you're about to remake history. Unfortunately, it's all for naught, though. Steals it away with 15 health. Yoko will remain alive and keep Peruvian Wide Swing alive for just a bit longer. squeezing the last bit of life they have out on Dust 2. Not too bad. Peruvian Wide Swing, they're going to need more. MDS is going to peek out towards mid, spots a player, or at least hears one go out here, but he's not ready for the next scope. And yes, good shot through the smoke, gets the job done. Lasso's taken down. That's one big gun that you have out of the hands of the T's, and that makes things considerably harder for them. They're going to force our hand over towards Catwalk, though. Maybe this is something to work with. Maybe. It's still a tough ask no matter how you slice it for the T's, just because they're straight up down numbers. But this map has been kind to the aggressors, and fortune always favors the bold. And sukalamink, they're no exception. Ape, all through. But they drop another player in the midst of it. Bo has no chance of life this time around. Dex is going to drop in towards CT. Pulls the Freiburg on us as he picks up one. Unfortunately, not a second. His teammate will pick up the slack and finish a job that he wasn't able to. 2 versus 3. But this is still a very winnable scenario for sukalamink now. Free Sev, if you can get one op pick here, this could be potentially massive here. Flash goes through. The CTs, they're trying to be clean on it. Oh, but Free Sev is even cleaner. Hits a shot through the box as well. He wants to go in for thirds as well. Oh, the serving sizes are much too big for Peruvian Wide Swing as they get swallowed up by sukalamink. I absolutely hate their team name so much. sukalamink, they again seal that round away. It's a 5 versus 3 that they managed to come out on top of. And if that's not a perfectly succinct summary of what Dust 2 has been like for Peruvian Wide Swing, I'm not sure what is. They'll be trying their form at this cat boost. But I'm not sure if it will end up yielding anything that they would have hoped for here. The positions very much favor the T's right now. Comic stuck in elevator as well. They've committed every last dollar into this one. They're staring down the barrel of match point, and they aren't staring down the barrel of Comic Seagull just yet. MDS finds a nice opening frag, but Comic unable to find anything either. They're dropping one by one, like flies, you could say. Unfortunately, that poor grenade is actually dropping Bo from being able to pick up the AK, and that allows him, or that makes him fall, excuse me, and allows PWS to maybe find another into this round. It's not without its asterisks, that's for sure, as they really try to just bring this as quickly as they can. They don't have any kids to work with here, but this is almost an impossible scenario for them to be in. Sev is stuck in pit. They can get all the kills, but Sev, oh my lord. Wait, they're defusing this. Oh my god, I didn't know you could actually defuse it from that angle. But Free Sev, he's ready for it nonetheless here. Now Maz, he has to close it, but the distance is too much, and it's all too tall of an order. Unfortunately, the kits come back to bite them in the very bitter end, and Peruvian Wide Swing fall one more time. It's just terrible news for them. 15 for sukalamink. They're only one round away from officially winning ESEA Intermediate. They have pulled off such an incredible series so far. It was a nail-biter on Inferno, even more so on Overpass. But they seem to have completely run away with this one. Ape is sleepy. He's had enough of this team. He wants to close it out right here, right now. He is topping the scoreboard by a huge margin for his team. 26 kills. The second up is 19. That's on Lasso. First face to drop will be MDS, or excuse me, will be Dexus at the hands of MDS, excuse me. 4 on 5. We've seen sukalamink in these positions before. I cannot count them out just yet. They've made their way into pit, wiggled their way into some very tough positions for the CTs to deal with. They've had to give up all their long control, plus a little bit more as well. Their money isn't fantastic either, so every possible silver lining that you can point out for Peruvian Wide Swing as finding a way back into this game can dissipate in a moment's notice. It's very scary for PWS here. They're going to have to pull off something incredible. 7 rounds in a row just to force us to overtime. And now, well, from overtime, it's kind of a big question mark on who wins that one. Right now, it's been all sukalamink all day, every day, and well, maybe it's gonna be a different bit of a change up here. As Ape falls, the big man on board has no longer a chance in this life, but Lazu, he's just tapping away. He gets Comic down. He wants to extend for more, but won't go ahead and give up his life while doing the favor. Free Sev gets another one onto Yoko, and this might be the end of the line here. Free Sev, Bo, and Lazu will be the last remaining members, but PWS, they're in such a rough position right now. Maz, MDS, and Siphon have to pull off a retake of a lifetime here, but they don't have any of the tools that they need here. They don't have any of the frags that they need either. It's going to be the end of the line. MDS finds one. It's made possible. He picks up the kit, but time is so low. Freesev wins it, and that will be sukalamink running away with ESEA Intermediate. Season 32, they win it off the back of incredible play after incredible play. That is so woo right there. I should not have said it this late. My parents are going to yell at me for being this loud this late. Very competitive and honestly very respectful by how close Peruvian Wide Swing made that in the very end of things. Honestly, yeah, I do have so much respect for how they played it, but in the end, they fall just short, and it will be sukalamink running away with the ESEA Intermediate Season 32 title. Incredible performance from so many different members. Sev, and most importantly, Ape as well. Thank you guys so much for watching. My name is Ito, and really, that was an absolute banger of a game. That's not something I can say often, but my God, was that a good one. We are going to go ahead, call it here, but I will be able to answer questions for a little bit longer, I suppose, if you guys want. Let me just go ahead and type up a song. Other than that, I hope you guys have a good night. My name is Ito. If you guys want an emote, feel free to use your Twitch Prime. Other than that, I'm going to go ahead and call it here, rest my voice for now, and congratulations again to sukalamink for taking that series 3-1. We'll see you guys very, very soon.